Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Stride Esports Fall 2022 Eastern Fortnite Week 1. We've got some crazy Fortnite action coming your way tonight. Before that, we got a couple things we got to go over before we get into the action. And Venman, any initial thoughts coming into tonight's event? Because I'm super hyped to see these guys go out and compete.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat, man. I'm super hyped to see everyone compete week 1. First week, trying to get those jitters out of the way. It's just gonna be super fun to see all these guys, all these squads compete and see who comes out on top. It's just gonna be super exciting.
100%. And you mentioned it there, right? It's squads, which is a whole other beast, especially going into a new season. There's so much to talk about, so many new game developments, so many new POIs, new weapons, new metas. So much is unknown. We were talking about this during the pre-show, right? This might be the first competitive zero build squads event for the whole season. Nobody really knows what to expect, so it's going to be interesting to see. Before we get into that, we do have to kind of go over our schedule, right? We'll go ahead and go through that real quick, show you the graphic of what we're actually going to be looking at here, moving through what we're going to be offering on this channel. Obviously, you can kind of see today, Wednesday, we're going to have Fortnite. Yesterday, we had chess on this channel. I mean, what else could you ask for on top of that? League of Legends, Rocket League, and Valorant going through the rest of the week. I mean, Venman, come on, man. Like, what
Can't
else?
go wrong. Great games. Yeah, every single day is just another game that, like, hey, I'm ready. I'm excited to go out and compete. I mean, great opportunities for everyone to get involved and compete.
100%. I mean, you're looking at competing while you're going to school at the same time. This channel, this opportunity to compete on whatever game you're trying to go out there and try and be your best at. This is the channel to do it through, and as you can see it there. But again, these are the games we're offering, but let's go ahead and go through the daily schedule for what we're actually going to be doing tonight. Starting here, 5 p.m. Eastern time, we're going to have our Eastern region. 3 games on this Eastern region. Then we're going to follow through with the same thing on Central. And then we're going to have a little bit of a coaching session here with a guest that's going to be coming on later on in the night. And then just after our coaching session, we're going to have the Western region. So a lot of action coming your way tonight and plenty of games.
Yeah, it's going to be a great night. Super excited to see everyone compete. And super excited to see who comes out on top in each region. I mean, hey, we got all these different schools coming in, all these different players coming in. Really, with this being week 1, I'm excited to see who's going to come out on top and who's going to show it to say, like, hey, I'm that team to beat, or I am that player that is going to be the MVP and come out on top. And all you guys are going to be looking down or looking up and be like, hey, we got to pass those guys in the upcoming weeks.
Absolutely. Week 1 is the week to make that statement. And talking about making a statement, this is Fortnite. So let's go ahead and take a look at the format for the actual tonight. How are you actually going to be scoring those points? As usual, you're going to be able to take home points in 2 different ways, going to be through placement or also through elimination points. And Venman, if you want to go ahead and break down the format and talk about what this really means for these players.
Yeah, so it's a pretty simple format. It's a pretty great format for everyone to understand. The best way to think about it, 20th to 16th is going to be 1 point. You're going to get 2 points or another point when you get to 15th to 13th. 12th to 10th is going to be 3 more points. And then 9th and 8th is 4. 7th, 6, 5. And then 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 is going to be 8, 10, 12, 20. And then you get 20 points for that victory royale. It's going to be huge, especially if 1 point per elimination. If you want to make a big comeback or have a great game, you got to get a lot of elims here to try to make a big push to get that victory royale. And on top of that, have a high elimination game.
100%. I mean, generally, I'm kind of a fan of a more placement-heavy format, but I do have to say, especially in zero build, I've become more fancy towards the elimination-heavy format. I do like to see players get aggressive, especially with the new additions on the map. It kind of allows for it. A lot of new mobility items, a lot of new ways to play. You have the addition of the porta bunkers. So many different changes that are going to mix things up tonight and allow players to get aggressive, and I really want to see how they adapt and move forward. But again, this is going to be our Eastern region tonight to kind of introduce them and talk about the teams that are going to be coming on tonight. I mean, Venman, we got the list. We see the teams, the people that are going to be competing tonight. I mean, any names that are kind of sticking out to you can keep your eye on?
I mean, one team that I would like to keep my eye on personally is definitely Ohio Virtual Academy. They have they have Plague for the win. Someone that me personally I've remembered seeing in the past multiple times have great games. So I see that squad saying, hey, maybe look at us. We got some great teams, but you also got to look at some other teams. You got Indiana, Gateway Digital Academy, High Point Virtual Academy, Michigan, and of course Western Virginia Virtual Academy. Just some of the teams that I think they're going to have some great nights tonight.
Well, we don't really know, right? This is week 1. This is the first opportunity to see who's going to pop up. So we're literally just basing this on names. I mean, we have no idea what players are going to come out, what roster these players are going to be fielding. What's going to be the squad representing the school that's going to be going out tonight and trying to take home the win? As we're kind of getting the game here in just a little while now, we've got a little bit to talk about. And Venman, obviously what we're going to talk about has to be the meta changes. I mean, coming into the new season, new POIs, new meta changes, new mobility items, new weapons, so many different changes coming into tonight. What are you expecting, especially considering this is a squads competition?
Honestly, I really don't know what to expect in this type of scenario, especially because, as you said, this is the first real squad competition this season. So, and just with this season only being a few days old, every single day there's new metas that are coming, finding out. There's
Oh
new
yeah.
strats that are coming out. Every single day, the whole game is changing completely. So, I'm just really excited to see who has these strategies already figured out, who has been grinding these past few days to get prepared for this, and who's going to come out and use, hey, I like this weapon over this weapon, or I like the new weapons that have been put into the game. So it's going to be really fun to see what weapons are chosen over what, and to see what strategies are used, because I feel like we're definitely going to see a different strategy than what we've seen in past seasons.
Absolutely. Also, something to talk about as well, the addition of the new vaults, right? That kind of opens up the field, especially when you're looking at as far as drop spots goes. I mean, a lot of players who might not want to play as aggressively that try to land towards edge map. I mean, now there's some vaults scattered around that allows you to play more placement heavy and rack up those placement points without having to take those eliminations, just because you have such a wide or spread out loop path, basically. I mean, one of my favorite drop spots of all time, especially on this new map, has to be the Mushroom Forest just behind Reality Falls. And granted, landing at Reality Falls can be, you can't have run into a lot of problems, especially considering the teams landing there like to get aggressive, especially on these teams landing back map. But now with Reality Falls kind of taking a heavy nerf coming into this season, the Mushroom Forest has got a massive buff just because of the ability to not get rotated in on. Not to mention, now there's a vault down there. So these players can kind of play their space a lot better and loot up to go into the late game.
Yeah, that area changed a lot, and the reason is yes, all of the trees and all the mushrooms are starting to, it's getting to the autumn, it's getting the fall, so they're going to start changing colors, and the plants are going to die off a little bit. But they're replacing those plants with more chests, more ammo crates, more everything. And like you said, even a vault, like that area is just getting better by the day. And they're kind of making it so, hey, if you want to land on that edge, you're not going to get keyed right away by the teams landing in the middle, because they're going to be like, wow, wait a minute. They have all of this loot now. Maybe it's not the best decision for us to do that. But there's also so many other new POIs and changed POIs that, I mean, we have to talk about. Like, there are just so many new places around the map that are just super exciting to see who's going to go there and how they're going to loot it and how fast they can loot it as well.
100%. I mean, the POI to look out for, really, more than anything, has got to be Cloudy Condo. I mean, such a massive increase in the amount of loot there. Not to mention, now you have the double vaults that are over there, which has enough loot for an entire squad in its own. But now, when it's next to probably the most stacked POI on the map, players can land there regardless if they want to get aggressive or not. There is enough loot to split between at least two squads. So it's really just a race at that point to see who's going to be able to make it to the vault first.
Yeah, that POI is huge. I mean, that is a huge addition to a place that you'd only really see maybe one squad landing there. Now you're going to see two, maybe three landing there in these really stacked games. So it's going to be fun. But you also got to look at Fort Jones's. Now, that POI, I mean, that POI was a place, like we said before, went from pretty much only one even solo or one duo landing there. Now you're going to see all these other teams landing there and all these other different events. But as long as this one, because not only did they add another building, but they connected all of these buildings together in a whole bridge system. So it kind of feels a lot more connected. I'd say in the past seasons, it felt a little more spread out. You had to run a certain distance to be able to get to the next building, which was a little dangerous. But now that they're all connected, you're like, hey, I can easily move on to this other building. I can easily get some more loot. And now, hey, all of a sudden, I'm going to be a lot better off than I'm going to be in the past seasons.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you talked about how close together things are as well. So getting aggressive early is definitely possible. So you have to be careful. Play your space, use your mobility items properly. And if we're talking about mobility, before we get into game here in a minute or so, I mean, we have to talk about it, right? I mean, so many different mobility items coming into this team. You have the Chrome Splash, obviously, just that passive mobility you can get in stacks of up to 8. And then you have the balloons, the balloons that are going to passively allow you to zip line up towards the top and then glider redeploy basically wherever you want on the map, considering how close they are and how easily spaced out they are across the map. I mean, you have the Chrome Tornado over here near the new Herald Sanctum. You have so many different mobility items that can allow you to rotate through. And if you use them appropriately and you position yourselves well, you could have relatively free rotates up till maybe even 5th zone.
Yeah, no, it's a huge meta change. It's a huge update, especially when it comes to rotating on the map. Because even if you want to key, you're going to be able to find teams a lot easier. But if you're one of those teams that don't likes to get keyed, well, it's going to be a lot easier for you to run away and escape the teams coming towards you. So I think we're going to see a lot of, a mix of aggression and a mix of these people saying, hey, we're squads. If we stay alive till the end and we're the only squad, hey, this could be huge for us. We could get a victory royale. So I think we're going to see a little bit of this and a little bit of that. But I really think in the end, it's ultimately going to come down to like who has the most players alive at the end of the game and who is playing pretty much as a squad. Like, yes, it's squads,
Oh
but
yeah.
sometimes when you watch squads, you see these teams, branch off, and then they get caught lacking. Well, if you play together and you play as a squad, you can't get caught lacking. And then all of a sudden, you're going to get a victory royale.
Absolutely. I mean, playing together, especially in zero build, regardless of the game mode, is exactly what you need to do. If you could cut out guard, especially with the new weapons, you can get taken down in an instant without even being able to adjust. And if you can play as a squad, play the bushes together, look for those 3-2-1s to pick up quick eliminations and catch those players off guard, you could rack up points quickly. As we're going to get into game just here shortly. And Venman, I am so excited to kick off the night here on the Eastern region with game number 1.
Yeah, it's going to be super fun. I'm super excited to see everyone, duke it out, see who comes out on top, and see. And me personally, I am looking for someone to get some headshot snipes today. That's what I want to see.
Ooh.
Yeah,
I
especially
totally forgot.
The blue variant and better, the rare variant and better, that's going to do 250 damage to the head, which is a knock immediately. Even if you're full health, like, it's going to be so fun to see who is going to be able to get those headshot snipes and who's going to pretty much win.
100%. And we are into game number 1 now. We're kicking off the night here on the Eastern region, and we're going to be coming in hot with all the action in just a moment as we're going to throw in right now.
Wow. Looks like we're getting a lot of people dropping pretty mid to early on here. That's pretty interesting because a lot of the map changes when it comes to new POIs is kind of on like the right side of the map.
100%. I mean, most of those new POIs, Lustrous Lagoon, Herald Sanctum, Shimmering Shrine, Cloudy Condo, all on that right side of the map, and a lot of these players still, regardless, sticking to their guts, sticking to their roots. So whatever they stayed consistent with, and I do see a team there on the left side of the map. We talked about landing in the Mushroom Forest, and they're doing just that. So I do applaud them. A lot of loot to go around, not to mention not a single team nearby. But again, the fight that we were looking forward to and we talked about on the pre-show has got to be Cloudy Condo, as we do see it looks like there's going to be 2 teams dropping down here.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. This is such a great POI now that so many teams are going to land here and they're going to say, hey, I really want this loot to myself and I'm going to battle whoever it takes to get it because there's so much. I mean, look at just looking at it. It's massive. There's so much loot there to go around, especially because they kept some parts of it from last season and they pretty much just added more. Like, that's what they didn't take anything away from it. They only added more as hatred is immediately
It happens.
It happens. I mean, hey, sometimes you just misclick and all of a sudden you didn't hit that zip line and now you're falling very far.
Yeah, so here's the thing though, right? They are landing near Cloudy Condo, which is going to be contested in game number 1, but if a team goes down this early, you can rotate out a little bit, just rotate, maybe loot a building or 2, and then rotate out to try and get the res on your teammate. So not a huge deal as long as it's played appropriately, as we do see this team in Condo looting up and trying to use the rest of that mobility. And another team here, Yukai, Cool Drink, and JJ looting up here just over near, it looks like maybe Logjam? Yeah, just over here near Logjam, out here near the lake, just outside of Rave Cave. And this team getting a reboot off early.
Yeah, it looks like they are going to get 1 elimination as well so far, but it looks like that team that they probably got that elimination on is going to say, hey, you're not getting this reboot off, as now they're going to switch sides, get a better angle. They're going to easily be able to get this reboot off. And now they got to figure out how they're going to fight this because Yokai has literally no ammo whatsoever. He is just running around with 13 bullets and 2 in his shotgun, as it looks like these players are now going to start moving in, as it looks like it's just a completely different trio. Now the engagement's going to go down, the shot's going to come off, they're going to get the knock on Blizz, and now all of a sudden, it's a 2v2, because it looks like their trio mate who just got rebooted actually falls, as it looks like Nigis is now just on this little building here, going to get some shots off, they're going to trade. What? It looks like that trio actually, is going to get the best of them here.
Got to be close. It's Matt on 2 HP for majority of that fight, but you have to remember a 2v4, and they were still able to take out at least 2 on top of that. So a valiant effort coming out from this team here at Logjam Junction early on, but still, it's going to be Blizzard and Grace, and it's Matt coming out on top here for the first off-spawn fight here in game number 1. And this team, not going to have a lot of teams close by, so relatively uncontested now after taking out this team off spawn. So they'll be able to take their time, play their space, loot up as much as possible. When it comes to zero build, especially, you want to stack up on as much utility as possible. And when you are in a drop spot like this with so much loot to go around and a lot of loot at adjacent POIs to go around, you'll be able to take your time and stack things up, so you'll be well equipped going into the late game.
Yeah, 100%. I say the best thing about Zero Build is you gotta have ammo, you gotta have utilities. If you have a perfect mixture of both of those and you get as
Hmm.
much as you can, you're gonna be in a great position to win the game. As it looks like Ace, Proof, and Rob, as well as Tax, are now just looting Cloudy Condos as much as they can. It looks like they really got the main part of it, and this other squad off in the distance is just saying, "Hey, let's loot a little bit here, and then we'll try to get them on the way in. Maybe let them do the looting for us, and then attack them on their way out." As they're just going to easily run around, get some great loot. As Ace, I mean, this loot right here from Ace is borderline like perfect. It's outstanding.
You couldn't really ask for much more. Maybe the mythic Xeno rifle over at Herald's sake. The maybe,
Oh,
just maybe. Didn't see
just
any players
maybe.
landing there, so we'll see if the rotation will come through and maybe try and pick that up. But still, you cannot go wrong, especially with that legendary prime shotgun. I mean, that gun absolutely rips. Dishes out tons, and I mean tons of damage
Yeah.
so fast. Definitely going to be the meta shotgun going into the season. However, we talked about how vaults are going to play a role in this meta, and it looks like this team here was able to solidify the main area out of Condo, and now they're going to get the vault as well.
Yeah, no, not. What I love about this addition to vaults is, yes, there have been vaults in the past, and they've either been like you gotta have all your teammates there, or you
Wow.
gotta eliminate a certain boss to be able to get it. These are just you get the keys from looting. Like it's not hard to get it, but it's not super easy to get the vault. You gotta get open chests, you gotta loot, and then all of a sudden you're gonna get these keys, and that'll help you out, and eventually get you these very, very, very good vaults. I think better, borderline best vaults we've had. Like we get what 2 to 3 epic chests, you get 1 to 2 regular chests, and you get 2 supply drops, as long as well as a lot of ammo, and also some nice little chug barrels. Like that is probably the best start you can have to a game.
Oh, 100%. I mean, the only other vault to rival this had to have been Rave Cave Vault towards the beginning of the chapter. But back then, you also have to realize that launch pads were still in the game. So
Yep.
now with launch pads not being in the game, those supply drops don't really mean as much. So that chug barrels start to seem more enticing. So a team being able to pick up a vault like this so early on is going to be very beneficial. As you do see this team, they do not want to split this drop spot anymore, trying to lock it down through the rest of the tournament. So they're going to get aggressive, and they're going to pick up the other 2 eliminations to take out this squad early on, and that being AK, Bear, and Meeps. You're landing at the most stacked POI on the map. You have to imagine there's going to be some contention. It looks like it's not going to be going their way here in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, hey, this was great plays by this squad here. They're pretty much, stating their dominance at the very start of the event, saying, hey, this is our POI, and we don't care if you're running away. We are going to run after you and make sure you're eliminated, because we want this to ourselves. So now, now this squad is like, hey, this is our POI. Hopefully these guys don't land here. I mean, like, especially we were looking at the map. With only 9 teams in this game, there's so many other places you can land and get some great loot as well. Like, you don't always have to go to the same point of interest. Now maybe that squad can switch it up, try to find somewhere better to go. Because look at this, the whole top right and the whole pretty much right side of the map is just completely empty, unlooted.
Be a lot of loot to go around, especially for these teams that are rotating early, like you mentioned. As the team rotating out of the Mushroom Forest, looks like they're going to be rotating into another squad who may or may not know they're there. It looks like an ambush is starting to form as Young Man seems to be split from the teammates and has the back turn to the whole squad lurking in the forest. Needs to be careful to make this rotation as the shots will start to come through, and you see Orange Poo in the distance trying to take some shots on, but they will be fired back as Young Man takes a little bit of damage there, down to 69 HP, and trying to use that tactical sprint to get into cover, but he's not going to make it in time as the rest of the team will. So now the team has to be able to find a gap here, a moment within the fray to pick up the teammate to get them to cover, but it's not going to work. You see the finish come through now, making it a 4v3. However, looks like the River is going to split this engagement in half.
Yeah, that looks like that the River is going to be like, hey, this is going to give this squad or this trio now a great few seconds to say, hey, what are we going to do? But with this sniper in his hands, this could change the fate of the fight with one shot, one headshot, and all of a sudden, it's a 3v3. 2 shots, all of a sudden, it's a 2v3. Like, that's how good this sniper can be, especially from this distance. If you're able to get some shots off, you can hit some big snipes. Ooh. As he does, and he gets the knock on Buttercup. So now, this is what I'm saying, it's a 3v3 now, as that squad does a down player. However, if they could double, they could triple res, all of a sudden, that player's back up. But now these guys take the opportunity to say, hey, we got the knock, we got the aggression off of us. Let's just rotate out of here. Let's go reboot our teammate, because they do have the card. So now they can say, hey, let's just get out of here. Let's rotate. Let's take a few seconds, take a few deep breaths, try to figure out. However, say Sai is trying to get some
Ooh.
shots off. Oh, they haven't revived him yet. It's a perfect opportunity.
Oh.
He gets the elimination. He said, you finish my teammate, I finish yours. As he's almost hits the next snipe, as he is hitting the shots left and right, as this player is on an absolute tear right now with the sniper rifle.
Sniper rifle puts in work and fights this here. I did like the addition there. Was able to get the initial knock. And this player has to be the IGL. You see the marking for the teammates there before making those rotations. Was able to find the disengage, the lull, that moment to make the rotation, and they found the opportune moment. And not to mention, like you mentioned, the finish. The finish, exactly what they needed there to tell this team to leave them alone, and they'll be able to find some time within Tilted Towers to get the res off of their own. The reboot card was able to be collected, but tuning in with another team who already has 4 eliminations. We saw them earlier taking a fight over near Cloudy Condo, and it's Matt and Grace now rotating through back towards Coney Crossroads, and this team will have a fantastic spot within this zone. However, looks like they may be looking to get aggressive here.
Yeah, it looks like they are, as they're just going to land right on Ace, just pretty much immediately land on it, but Ace is going to be able to get away from that from the looks of it. However, Matt has a beautiful angle on a Rab. However, he decides to shoot with the suppressed SMG, and he's actually going to get the knock with the hammer now, as now he's going to have all these players on him. You got to get out of there, and you got to reassess the situation, especially because interesting choice by him there to use the suppressed SMG instead of the hammer, as it looks like his teammates are getting in, and now everyone's one shot over there. It looks like his teammate's going to go down. So now it's up to Matt and Blizzard to try to clutch up here. However, Matt is getting hit for a lot of damage. It looks like it's a 2v3. Blizzard is getting hit hard for a lot of damage. Both of these players now are both very low. Now it's up to Blizzard, who has barely any health to his name, to try to clutch up, as he's going to try to get his revive on this teammate below the bridge from the looks. But no, he's going to get some heals off. However, these guys are going to go right for him, and he's going to get eliminated. So that's going to be Ace and his squad getting the wipe on the other squad. Very risky ambush by the other squad there, and it did not pay off for them whatsoever.
Locking down one of the best POIs in the game and then trying to get aggressive, but you have to be careful. There are other teams in this lobby that want it just as much as you, and Ace is going to come out on top, and they'll pick up their first 4 eliminations and their first squad wipe, as this team now has to make their own rotation into zone using these chrome splashes and this new chromified form to rotate into the zone. I love the addition of this, not only as a mobility item, but also as a whole different fighting mechanic. The boost, it allows you to kind of take off angles on players quickly and reposition on an instant.
Yeah, it's a great addition to the game. Like you were saying, there's so many different things you could do with it. You can rotate quickly. You could literally go through someone's wall if you want to. Like, if there's someone hiding in the bathroom here, well, guess what? You can just go right through that wall, and all of a sudden you're in there. And then it's just so many new things that you can do with this. If you're in the form that we just saw them in, I'm pretty sure you don't take any fall damage as well. Like, there's so many things that this could be used for. The meta, like we were saying, changes every day. There's going to be so many more uses that are found out as the season goes on.
Absolutely. And it comes down to who's putting in the time, who's practicing, who's trying new things. And speaking of trying new things, the sniper rifles reemerged within the scene, so players have to readapt, try and find out what is going to be the best way to avoid these players choosing to rock the weapon, and Rob will get punished there. The meta generally being do not jump. Do not jump. Players can time it easily and pick you off one by one, as now Ace and Co stuck inside the building with the team getting aggressive from outside, and the full squad push will come through into Ghetto from the outside of this building. Has chrome splashes and minis to try and find an angle. However, now they're picking them off one by one. The res will come off onto Rob, but now Ace trying to go for the high ground, but the boogie bombs will punish you. Does a little dance there and gets taken out. So now it's going to be a full 4v2 situation, as Rob now rotating out with Tax, and they'll pick up the semi-truck and try and distance themselves as much as possible.
Yeah, this this solo is just going to try to get away from the Tax, getting shots laid on his truck left and right. This truck is going to go down any second now, and he's going to have to get moving. He has no movement items as well as inventory, so it's going to be all running. He just has some cover items. So now it's just going to be saying, hey, how long can I stay alive right now? How long can I stay on the run from this squad that's completely aggressing me right now? So he's going to try to just drive away. But as you see on that map, this team is still looking for him. They're hunting for him, especially because besides him and the team chasing him, there's only one other player on the map. Like, this is the final 3 teams that are fighting right now, and well, pretty much the final 1 team fighting 2 people, and they're not even on the same team. So at this point, for this squad that's still alive, it is looking up for them, as we may actually see soon. Tax is going to try to get these reboot cards and is going to try to maybe get a reboot off. However, just off in the distance, you see that other solo. This is the best thing that the squad could potentially want right here. If they don't want to get 2 eliminations, they just want the win, is these 2 solos fighting it out, as it looks like he's going to try to get some shots on him, and he is. Ooh. The solos are going to start getting shots on each other. But this could be big for Tax, because now this squad is going to start looking at Saturn, so might give him a few more. Honestly, if I were the other squad, let him reboot.
Yeah, not a bad tactic whatsoever to pick up those extra eliminations and those points. I mean, Tax right now, the only goal being get the numbers advantage so that you could try and squeeze out a second place, because as you see, only had 2 reboot cards, wasn't able to pick it up on Rob, had to use the semi-truck to rotate out. So now that'll make it an even 3v1v4. They just have to pray they can outlast the solo that's hiding within the bush to pick up those extra 3 points that pushes them into second place. And they'll find the time as Saturn gets eliminated, so now they will be able to pick up those extra placement points, and that being 3. But now it's only an elimination game, a race. It's going to be a 3v4 situation, with the other team obviously going to have the ammunitions advantage, obviously going to have the loadout advantage and the utility advantage. So these 3 have to pull out something big and do something remarkable if they want to pick up the win.
They had a perfect opportunity, but they were just not ready for it, because there's actually that solo knocked one of the squads. But now we're going to start to see the first aggression go down, as it's going to be Tax going up against this other player, San. Shaw's going to try to get some shots on each other, but Tax is going to absolutely beam this player with the suppressed SMG. Absolute shots go down, and now all of a sudden, that reboot might have been huge, as now it's a 3v3 scenario, and one of the players, but Ace gets knocked, so now it's a 2v3.
Sniper coming in clutch once again. That clutch factor, if you can carry that sniper in hand, is now Tax on the high ground, trying to rain down fire from the heavens on these players on the low ground, trying to use these trees to LOS, find some cover, and the revive attempt will come through, as now Tax and Ace, 4 seconds left on the res with the teammate on the low ground, has 1 porta bunker to try and find a spot in zone. But you have to imagine these chug splashes will buy them all the time they have left, but the clutch shockwaves will push them into zone. So now needs to get some shots on target, is now Tax once again is a solo. Ace will get knocked proof as well, so playing the bush, trying to look for a 1v3 to try and beam a player, pick up an initial knock or anything to give them the advantage. However, they picked up 1 elimination. Will that be enough to push them higher up onto that leaderboard? If the other team has the eliminations advantage, they will not be able to hold on to that first place position, but Tax is playing out of their mind.
Yeah, Tax is doing an absolute job trying to get as far away and get some shots back on these players, as now these guys are going to start moving in on him. Now he's running out of options here. He's going to have to get some big shots, and he is on Angel. Angel has barely any HP, so now Tax has to take this advantage, try to get the knock on him here, as the other 2 are starting to move in. But here comes the Boogie Bomb. A huge play by him, as now Tax is just dancing around trying to stay alive. And now there's a second Boogie Bomb. Now he's going to get some more shots, but now he's going to get Angel. So now all of a sudden these other 2 players are going to start running in. Mystical is running on him. Tax getting some big shots on Mystical, but Mystical is going to hit the huge shotgun shot to get the elimination and the victory royale.
Played so well from Tax to pick up the win there. Mystical rocking so many eliminations in that squad. A massive game from them, surely locking down that first place position coming out of game number 1. But Tax clutching up big there. My only thing would have been if he could have squeezed out the finish off that initial knock, would have been 1 extra point on the board, but still a valiant effort, and there is no way they're not in second. And again, another congratulations to Mystical and Co. on picking up the win here in game number 1.
Yep, huge game from, I believe that's Virginia Virtual Academy as well, getting that win there. Huge game from them, coming in clutch, getting some huge eliminations, getting that huge victory royale as well.
Absolutely. Now, Edmund, we have 2 more games tonight, but we do have to get queued up, and we're going to take a little bit of a break to get that done. So, Twitch chat, everyone watching at home, do not go anywhere. We have more action coming your way just in a moment. Welcome back, everyone, to the Stride Esports Fall 2022 Eastern Fortnite Week 1. We just came out of an incredible game number 1. We're going to be getting into game number 2 shortly, but we're going to do a quick recap. Venman, what do you got for me as far as the leaderboard goes?
It's looking pretty good. First place right now, Virginia Virtual Academy after that first game. Second place, the team from the Michigan Great Lakes. That team name is the Surge. Third place is North Carolina Virtual Academy. Some great teams there, as they're all the top 3. As Ben K is currently just, both of us are just flying through right now, super speed, as it looks pretty interesting.
That's I don't know if I've ever seen that happen before. I'll be completely honest. Might be 3 minutes of footage, 4 minutes of footage, cycling through my camera in just a moment. I think we're up to date now. I think we're back. I'm fully back. Let me do a little clap check. Hello, everyone. Are we good? We're all back. Sorry. Sometimes I just have super speed. It clicks. I can go forward and backward. Yeah. Trust me, it happens to the best of us. It's okay. We're just going to continue on. No issues there, as we're going to be getting into game number 2 shortly. But as you mentioned, Venman, Virginia, rocking out here once again. Who could have thought these two absolutely? That whole squad fragging out in game number 1. I think you mentioned it, 16 eliminations, maybe even more. An absolutely crazy performance in game number 1. You couldn't have asked for a better game 1 to pop off, put yourself high up on that leaderboard with a lead. So now you just have to coast. You only have 2 games left, but the rest of this lobby is looking to make up ground and push themselves higher up as well.
Yeah, that's like you said. You honestly said it perfectly. That's the strategy. You got to coast. You got to continue to do what you did last game. Hey, just do it again. It's that simple. As for these other teams, they got to figure out what they did wrong, maybe switch up where they land, and go and say, hey, it's only 3 games. We win a game. Guess what? We're right up back on top. And now all of a sudden, it's still anyone's game. That's what I love about these formats, is the way it works is, yes, it's 3 games, but that also means that literally any game can be the game that you shoot up from pretty much last place to potentially first.
It doesn't take much. You just have to pop off and play to the best of your ability, as I believe we'll be getting into game here shortly. But Venman, any standout performance, any standout items? So something I thought was very interesting seeing from that game is the porta bunkers. Very useful items, but I didn't see a ton of it being utilized in team play. Maybe because that team was absolutely running through a lot of the lobby and picking up so many eliminations. Maybe it just dropped too quickly, but they still became a very valuable asset, especially towards the later zones, as we did see Tax towards the end. Utilizing the bunker, knowing that a player cannot mantle over the side because of the tires, so was able to play that back corner and just kind of take right-hand peeks, and was able to almost fully clutch up the win there at the end.
Yeah, that was super fun to see Tax, just absolutely go crazy and say, hey, you know what? I maybe won before, but I'm going to give you guys a run for your money. That was pretty great there to see him almost clutch it up. Maybe say, hey, his teammates can stay alive a little bit longer. Maybe, that game's a completely different story, but that's what game 2 is all about, to see who is going to duke it out and see who is going to finish on top in this game.
Game 2 is now, and it is here, as we're going to get into the action right now, Venman. We are ready to go here in game number 2 of the night. Drop number 2, bus number 2. The players are loaded and ready to go and are trying to drop onto the island as we speak.
Very fun. It looks like we actually do look, based on the map, looks like some people are starting to land in different areas. We didn't really see anyone go to the right side of the map, and now just kind of based off of the trajectory and the angles that these 3 teams directly in the middle of the map are, it looks like we have some Coney, some Lustrous Lagoon, maybe some other areas that we haven't seen people land at or even loot last game. Now we're going to see them all of a sudden say, hey, no one landed there. This could be our time to shine. Let's loot here.
Wait, I don't know if I should keep my voice down or what, but if I saw that correctly, Cloudy Condo is uncontested. That's a lot of loot, guys. Yeah. I know none of the players today have the stream open because that's not okay, right? But it's an uncontested POI. It's a lot of loot just sitting there, and any players close by that rotate through. I think I saw a team dropping down near the Jonesy. So a team rotating into Condo will have so much loot waiting for them when they realize it's uncontested.
This could be a big issue here, though, for this, not for the squad that just landed, but the squad you see, there's only one guy in this point of interest right now in Lustrous Lagoon, and this whole squad is just completely elsewhere. So this solo, pretty much a solo at this point, is going to have to maybe try to figure out a way out of there. But I don't think this squad knows that he's there. So this could be a perfect opportunity for him to jump on, maybe get an elimination, or maybe we may see him just go insane and just get 3 eliminations, as all these guys are just looting with these outstanding skins here, just trying to figure out what they're going to do. It looks like it's Killer Man all by himself. It looks like Man TJ is just trying to figure out what he's going to do here. I think he's just looting, figuring it out, and maybe he doesn't even know that there's another squad here.
With these lobbies with not as many players, so much is up for grabs. Teams will start to get a little bit overconfident and extend their loot path, try and maybe even claim multiple POIs. And it looks like that's what happened here. Is a solo landed at Lustrous Lagoon, and then the other 2 players on that trio were landing over at the actual Sunny Steps area. And luckily the player was able to rotate out. As we do see here, the chromified form, the quad keg will come through, and this team will heal up together, as now they can rotate through. And you gotta love this new addition to the game. It adds so much to it. Not only actual utility value, but entertainment value. I mean, you gotta love it. It is quite silly to see these players roaming around the map in this blob form and still trying to use it aggressively to pick up eliminations along the way. It is so cool to see these players adapt.
Yeah, it's very fun. You probably heard me laughing. I mean, I love watching players go into the blob-like form and just slither across the map. It's so funny to see it because it's just so unnatural.
No,
it's
yeah.
Just,
and we've never seen anything like it.
As it looks like that solo, by the way, is still in Lustrous Lagoon looting. I mean, at this point, surely he knows that the other squad is there and he just doesn't care anymore. But he does have a quick way out, because at the top of this boat that he's on right now, the cannonballs and the cannons are still there. So maybe if he needs to, he could cannon on out of there. Or, may I dare say it, cannonball on to the team. That could be something.
This player is obviously confident in at least their loot path, choosing to loot up at this floating pirate ship above the squad below. So you mentioned it. They have the cannons to rotate out, but also this glider redeploy balloon just above them. But you talked about it, right? The cannons, and it looks like the Killer Man will line it up to make that rotation out of the POI just above the squad below. And if the squad didn't know he was there before, they're gonna know now, as the Killer Man will be launched into the distance. As the only difference with this new cannon edition is that you do not have the option to glider redeploy mid-path. So a little bit of an overestimate here, as you did see the Killer looking back at the teammates like, wait, guys, I'm trying to come to you. I don't want to go this far, as this team will take a second to get back together and then rotate into zone as a team.
Yeah, that was some great plays by him. I mean, being able to just sneakily loot Lustrous like that, and now all of a sudden he has some great loot, and that whole squad didn't even know he was there until he said, hey, I'm going to cannonball out of here. However, we actually may see these teams go in on each other any second now, because they're starting to slowly move towards each other, and no one from these squads realizes that yet. And I think they will pretty soon, and that's going to be pretty fun to see, as I think they're now starting to realize, to say, hey, there's a squad right in front of us, and now the shots could go down any second here.
Not just the shots, but the thing to really pay attention to is the fact that it may be a 3v4, but the Killer has 6 grenades and 4 boogie bombs to shift the tides, to try and lean the fight in their favor, as a lot of damage will be dished out. Not to mention, lobs the grenades, lobs the boogie bombs. Go ahead and dance. I'm trying to get aggressive here and pick up these eliminations early, as the Killer lobs all 4. The player holding the right-hand peak, so the hammer AR fight will come through, and it will not go the way as the Killer. So now a 4v2 situation now, as Devil Dog tries to look for some shots, as GRM as well. The Killer still knocked here on the outside of the building. Knocks will be traded through onto both players now, and GRM will clean it up. Devil Dog and GRM going big here early on in game number 2.
Yeah, huge teamwork there, honestly. Devil Dog taking the focus onto him, taking the shots onto him, which gave a perfect opportunity for GRM to just slowly rotate around and get a beautiful angle onto this squad, and be able to pretty much give him the sneak attack and say, hey, I'm here. You may be shooting my teammate, but guess what? You got to watch your back, as he comes in and does some big damage, as now that team has 4 eliminations, but Devil Dog's getting 3 of them. Huge plays from him, and huge just overall, just the way they ambushed that squad with the grenades and then the boogie bombs was just perfectly planned to the point where like the other squad just didn't know. They weren't ready for it whatsoever.
If you're looking for unpredictability, the Killer Man will bring that for you. He's the wild card, the ace on the squad right now, dishing out 6 grenades to cause the chaos, and then Devil Dog will clean that up. 3 eliminations on their own, like you mentioned. Incredible performance here, taking out a big team early on, as now we're into the top 6, and more boogie bombs will be found in the rotation, as well as they'll just make it here on the outside of zone near Coney Crossroads. And this team will have plenty of space, plenty of time do what they wish here on this backside of zone, this dead side of zone, if you will, with no players being close by, so they can do whatever they need to do before getting aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, the ball is on their court at this point. Like, they have the perfect opportunity to come out big here and get some huge victory rounds with a lot of eliminations. As it looks like we're finally got a team in a place that I've been wanting to talk about for some time. And the reason is because this island has been here the whole chapter. However, where they're hiding right now and what's above them has not. It was just added back into the game, and that is the good old Loot Lake building from the OG map back from season 1, or from chapter 1, may I say. It's great to see this building back. Probably one of the most memorable buildings in all of Fortnite, in my opinion. Back on the map in chapter 3. It's great to see it.
My new drop spot claimed.
Oh, really?
Don't land at the lake. It's claimed. I'm not going anywhere else. It's one of the only POIs I know better than my own bedroom. I know this spot so well. No one's taking me down here at this drop. It looks like this team here has that same kind of mindset. Picked up 3 eliminations early on, and now using this DMR to trade fire back and forth. Interesting loadout, to say the least, from some of these players, as the DMR fire looks like it will not go their way, as a player will now be knocked. A dot blur. The triple res will come through as well. So fast. Such a huge new dynamic that players have to keep into account just because of triple res, the amount of speed and how fast you can actually pick people up. And just like that, the sniper punished to Blizzard for overpeaking, getting aggressive, say, you take out my teammate, I'm going to take you out. And the confirm will come through, as well as now Mystical are looking for a repeat VR here in game number 2.
Yeah, they're looking to come big here as they have 4 eliminations right now, and that's the best thing. Like I said, the sniper is going to be huge in zero build because not only does it shoot pretty fast, if we're going to be honest here, for a sniper rifle, because it's the hunter rifle pretty much, the hunter bolt action, it has 3 bullets and it goes like bang, 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 but those 3 shots can be all headshots, and that would mean that that squad is now a solo. That is how big that sniper can be game-changing in the game, that all of a sudden it can be huge. But Mystical gets knocked. Now it's Tyler, A-Dot, and Jacob, but that is going to get some huge shots, but he is going to go down, as now it's up to that rest of that team to try to clutch off, but it looks like they're just nowhere near this. So the Trooper is going to come in, as it looks like there may be another player, or actually there's a whole new team there now.
A lot of wild cards being thrown into the mix, to say the least. Snipe shots traded back and forth from 2 different teams, and then the third party will come through. Knocks are traded, but still Buttercup is not able to clutch up as a solo now. So now it's Plague by themselves trying to pull out something big, as Jacob Gamer now trying to close the distance or get some shots on target, but will get the confirm instead, as a team in the distance is still dishing out fire now. So Plague, hiding underneath the stairs, will need to stay quiet as a mouse, to heal up the full before trying to make their own rotate or clutch up and try and get a res, as they will be able to claim the high ground now, using that porta bunker, solidify themselves in zone. A rotate back down to try and grab the car to make their own rotate as well. Will take a lot of damage, down to 45 HP, but Jacob will make that 0, as they'll pick up their 8th elimination. And now they're in the top 5, and they are on a roll this game, and they want that repeat.
Yep, they're on a hot start. Won the first game, not saying, hey, let's just do it even better. You know, we won. Let's win a few more eliminations. They're already at the halfway point. How many eliminations they had last game? As Grace is trying to get some shots off on them right now. As it looks like this could be huge right here. Although Grace is by themselves, they got to get out of there. As it looks like Nige is just sitting in the bush, waiting for his teammates to get back to him before they make this rotate here. As it looks like they're going to regroup, as they do have to, if they have the reboot card, get Blizzard back up. That could be huge. As we saw, that reboot last game could have been the game changer if they were ready for it, because they almost clutched up last game. The other team that got the big reboot off. So now it's going to be interesting to see what they're going to do here if they have the card and how they're going to play it out, rotating, because they have to go far. I mean, it looks like, from the looks of it, they have a max pull. So they're going to have to make a beautiful rotation through a lot of players here that currently are looking at them.
This zero build, rotations become difficult. You have to use your mobility and your aim to try and back up yourselves and give yourself time and space to make your rotations rather than just building, obviously, with it being no build. But, I mean, it's a lot more to it. It's not as simple as just place a wall and run. You have to do it at the right time, the right place, the right angle. And if you're off by just a pixel, especially with what's in the loot pool currently, you will get punished, as this team now holding on to this bush for dear life to try to stay alive for as long as possible, as the killer man still raining down fire, but the tree will fire back. 100 damage there to say, leave me alone. And killer man will say, fine, I'm going back to Shifty Shafts to heal up before we have to make our own rotate indeed. As this team on the edge of zone might have been taking a lot of fire from this trio, but the rotate is imminent. The storm is inevitable and it will move eventually. They might have to rotate late, but eventually if they can stay alive, they will be able to rotate.
Yep, and that's going to be the game plan there, is just to get this nice rotation in, as GRM and them are just going to try to, maybe heal up a little bit, and then they're going to say, hey, we got to get moving. As now, yep, there it is. Man is starting to realize, hey, we got to go, but GRM is going to get caught. Now, that's the worst part about the rotation right now. They are so far deep. If anyone who rotates ahead of them, they're going to be able to look back and get some shots off on these guys, as now it's just down to two of them and their teammate who is currently knocked, as they got to figure out what they're going to do. And they got to figure it out fast, as now they're just going to start to slide and run in. But they still have to go as far away, as it looks like they're just going to try to potentially just get the revive off, or just not. They're just going to continue to throw the teammate into Storm, as Killer is just going to try to maybe get a different angle on these guys. As is the rock? Yeah, the rock's going to get shot out, but he's going to stick it. No, he almost had it, as now it's up to Killer now. Two of his teammates down in Storm, and Killer is going to get eliminated as well. Mystical, Jacob, they're on a tear. 14 eliminations.
Mystical does not care who you are or how aggressive or how many shots you hit. You will hit that shot with the sniper rifle, as you saw it there, as now it's going to be Matt and their teammate. Now is a duo trying to clutch up any sort of placement points as they can, because once again, we're in that same position. We have a full trio, and that being Mystical and Co. And now the rest of the lobby is trying to clutch up any more placement points they can, and that being it's Matt and teammate now rotating towards this dead side of zone. I do like this. It's a great bush to be in, a great spot to be in. A lot of natural cover, not only the bush itself to try and hide, but solid objects to hide behind as well, just because if this team starts to spray you, you can kind of play the ridge a little bit, but it's not going to go their way. And we talk about the snipers, it cannot be reiterated enough. Mystical is going absolutely crazy. Somebody sign this man. He's in FaZe Clan, absolutely quick scoping the whole lobby right now.
Yeah, Mystical on a tear right now. This whole squad is on a complete tear. The reason I say that is because if my math is correct, they already have how many eliminations they had last game, and there's still a whole squad left. This is going to be the first squad v squad battle we're going to see tonight to see, to decide the winner of the game. As it looks like, I mean, at this point, it's in Mystical, Jacob, Burr, and Tyler. It's in their court. Like, this is their game right now. They are on an absolute tear. They are running through the competition, and now they only really have one team left in their way, and they're going to take out the board. As now they're just going to run around. Look, I love this loadout, by the way, by Jacob. Have you noticed this? It is...
Jacob does not care.
Primed. He's going to find the other teams. Now the shot's going to start to come in. He's going to get hit for some damage. Oh, as he almost hits the snipe through the push. He's trying. Oh, they don't know. They just got out of there. You saw that folder coming in?
Ooh. Hey, being overconfident, right? If you overextend, and then we talk about the numbers advantage piled on top of that, you can go down. You can get taken out quickly, as now it's going to be a 4v3. Did not go their way, as the shockwave will send the whole squad flying in different directions, and now it's just a straight sniper battle. Saturn down on the low ground, trying to shockwave to any sort of cover they could possibly find. Now will find the house, as a teammate will get knocked in return, and that being Young Man. So now Spixus Tyler going on a 1v1 here as Feisix drops down to the low ground. Young man is still knocked, and Saturn starts to take a fight up close, to take a little bit of damage there. That body tag from that sniper rifle, and the shockwave will split them once again now. It is absolute shambles. It is chaos here over near Logjam Junction, and this team is trying to look for that repeat victory royale as Saturn and Feisix are not going to let them have it easily, as now Saturn is knocked, trying to go for a straight 1v4 scenario. We'll get some shots on target, but it's not going to be enough. Blur Angel will pick up their 10th elimination, and the team has elims to stack on top, and they'll pick up the repeat victory royale here in game number 2.
20 eliminations. That is crazy. And Burr getting 10 of them, double digits.
Nuts.
That is a huge game from that team to most definitely stay on top of the leaderboard.
Yeah.
As that was just crazy. I mean, we're looking at Virginia Virtual Academy coming out on top in both games today, and not just coming out on top. Like, they are winning the game with 16 eliminations and then 20. Like, that is outstanding.
They're insanely confident. Their aim is on point. They don't seem to miss shots somehow. They are playing out of their mind. The chemistry is there. They're always by each other's side to back up the teammate. And you have to imagine they can't be stopped here. And you have to imagine as well, they're going to be looking for the 3 time. They're going to look for that VR here in game number 3 to round off the Eastern Conference and absolutely dominate here in week number 1. But still, so many teams pushing themselves up the leaderboard. We saw them. Saturn and Feisix went crazy there to clutch up placement points. And you also have to imagine they were in the right place at the right time. They were elevated. They were on the dead side of map. The whole team was alive within the bush together. If they could have singled out a player who maybe had not realized they were there, pick up an initial knock, they could have picked up the win. And that's where that overconfidence starts to blind you. So it could go either way here. And this is only week number 1. But I could break this down for hours. We do have game number 3 to come in just a moment. So we will be going to a break. So do not go anywhere. We will be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Stride Esports Fall 2022 Eastern Fortnite Week 1 in Venman. This is it. Game number 3 for the Eastern Conference. There is more action to come if you want to watch some more Fortnite here on the channel, but this is going to be the last game for the Eastern Conference to round out the night and solidify who is going to take home the top 3. And we have some interesting shakeups coming into this last game, Venman, if you want to break down the leaderboard.
Yeah, so no surprise. I mean, Virginia Virtual Academy, the back-to-back Victory Royale winners with a lot of eliminations. They're still in first place, but second place and third place switched. That's correct. North Carolina Virtual Academy moved up to second place, and third place now is Michigan Virtual Charter Academy. So that probably means that second and third is going to be a tight race for this last game. It's going to be very fun to see these guys battle and see maybe can Virginia Virtual Academy get the three-peat.
Or will there be an upset, right? I mean, who knows what's going to happen? We saw, like we talked about it, right? Having that numbers advantage, especially within squads, you can take out a player in an instant. And if you're together like that in a bush, in the right place at the right time, you can shift the whole game. It doesn't take much. It really doesn't take much. So I'm excited to see what's going to be the closer here on the Eastern region for this fall tournament, week number 1. And we'll be getting into game in just a moment. And actually, we're going to be getting into game right now, actually, to kick off the last game here on the Eastern Conference for all the action to close it out.
I'm excited with this bus route because the other two were complete, like, kind of other sides of the map. As it actually looks like Cloudy Condos is going to be uncontested completely. No one's landed there. Wow. That was
it's I mean, if they're landing at Chonker Speedway, I can respect it, right? Tons of loot, big vault. Well, not the biggest vault, but still. I mean, obviously, right? If you're contested one game, you don't want to risk it in another game. So landing at a place like Chonker Speedway definitely isn't bad. Definitely is not bad at all. Tons of chug splashes, tons of coolers to go around, all the loot you could ask for. But it seems like the rest of the lobby might have a little bit different of an idea here, as it's going to be Mystical, Jacob Gamer, Tyler, and A.Blur landing here at Tilted Towers. Seems to be hotly contested here, with looks like maybe 2 other squads contesting them off spawn, trying to get a little bit aggressive here off spawn, that being Tax and Ace. Now looking to trade shots back and forth here at Tilted Towers. And you gotta love it, right? The classic, the duels at Tilted Towers, the rivalries for the towers to claim one of the best POIs on the map, the central POI on the map. It's just, it's a legacy thing, right? You gotta defend the towers. Who's going to take home some of the best loot in the lobby, and who's going to show their absolute dominance?
100% Tilted Towers, the most notable point of interest in Fortnite history. Has been in the game for a very long time, been in, been out, been destroyed, couldn't build there. Theoretically, I mean, it's just one of the probably most notable and greatest POIs of all time, and we're going to see probably one of the greatest fights of all time go down here, as it looks like Blizzard and Matt and their squad is going to be going up against Mystical, but there's going to be shots coming in from behind as Mystical's going to get knocked. This could be huge for the leaderboard, as the team that was fighting to get the 3 wins in a row, well, they're down 1 player right now, and could be down 2 soon.
They're trading damage back and forth as well, as Matt will get the finish onto 1. So now Blizzard, low HP, and Grace already being eliminated. So it'll make it a straight 3v3 situation with the player knocked down on the low ground. So now healing up in the bathroom, taking a moment to reposition, de-elevate themselves to the layer of the rest of these players. We see A.Blur pick up the knock onto Blizzard. So now these two will try and take the face check, and they will come out on top, taking out the first place team here off spawn at Tilted Towers. They say, I want to claim this. I want to go big here in game number 3 to show that I really got it, and I'm a real competitor here on the Eastern Conference.
Yeah, they are going to be taking down the team that is in first place. A huge turning point there, because now there's potentially a chance for the team in second, maybe the team in third, to say, hey, you may have won those first 2 games with a lot of eliminations, but we win this and have some other good placements. Remember, the one thing we talk about every single week, every single broadcast, consistency is key. And, well, that 3rd game isn't going to be consistent for them.
I mean, it's not consistent, but they still have such a huge lead that it's going to be difficult. If a team wants to pull out at least a possible first place finish from them, they're going to have a big game. And the Boogie Bomb is what you need to have if you want that big game. However, it won't go their way as Proof will get knocked. So now it's going to be a straight 3v3 situation. The building will disappear. More Boogie Bombs will be thrown as now Tax is taking a straight 1v1 with Blizzard, trading HP back and forth, shots as well. Now leading down to low HP, and will use the semi-truck to rotate out as Ace will get knocked, so Tax will be able to escape as a solo and try and play the rest of this game out.
Yep. And I was just quickly looking at the leaderboard a little bit. As the shots are still coming in, Tax is saying, hey, I'm going to continue to aggress this. Tax and is now just going to try to get some shots, and looks like his teammate Rob got to him, but Tax is saying, hey, I can win this. I have confidence. He probably thinks that player is still knocked, but they're getting the heals up, and I think he's now starting to realize, hey, it's time for me to lead this scenario. But one thing I want to quickly touch upon, the comeback is possible, but it's very unlikely, and the reason I say that, the team in first place, they had 36 points their first game. The team in second place, they don't even have 36 points in total. So we're gonna need a 45-point game out of second place here.
I believe it.
It is.
I believe it.
You're just gonna need like a 25 elimination game,
and that's why you're landing at Tilted Towers. I mean, come on now. If you're gonna make it happen, it's got to be at the towers. That's where you get the elimination. The whole lobby's coming here as this team, and it's Matt already looking to have that trajectory. A lot of eliminations on the board. And this whole team is looking good, and not to mention on top of that, they are going to find the opportunity to get the reboot as well. So now, as a full squad, this team will try and clear up the couple solos lurking within the POI, but then from there, trying to rotate out through the rest of the game.
Yeah, I mean, now at this point, it's how are they going to play the rest of this out? They have 10 eliminations right now, and there's still 22 other players left here. So it could literally be just anyone's opportunity to just say, hey, let's try to get as many eliminations as we possibly can. And let's, potentially make a comeback of the century. But I think to do that, they're going to have to almost eliminate every single player left in this lobby to potentially even have a chance at making a comeback. As now we're going to see them slowly rotate and slowly just get some heals, make sure they have the perfect loadout, as Grace is running a loadout that I don't think I've really ever seen in Zero Build, with 4 weapons and no heals right now.
You got to take what you can get. Yep. I mean, even if you're rebooted early on, you still pick up an AR, pick up a shotgun, whatever you can that can dish out damage and try and make it work, as this team seems to have cleared out the majority of Tilted Towers before they have to make the rotate. However, they might have got aggressive early, picked up a lot of points, but now the rest of the lobby is already established within zone. The rest of these teams are going to be ready to go. They're going to have the great positioning. They're going to have the bushes. They're going to have the utility and the time to sit and wait and look for players who are uncomfortable and not in desirable locations. As this team rotating through now, one player already eliminated, as the team on top of the balloon here at Lustrous Lagoon will rain down fire, as they'll just look for a spot down below. Doesn't need anything serious, just something center zone away from majority of the lobby, as the Chrome Splash will come through in the chromified form as well to make that quick rotate, using that boost mechanic to get towards center zone.
It's nice, easy rotate. The shots are going to come in on these players. You got to be careful, because once you get out of this blob form, you're going to start to take some damage. You got to be careful as he's just swimming out of the water. So whenever I see it, man, it's
understandable. It is quite silly. It is a little bit strange, and it's new, right? Yeah, I thought it was a little bit funny watching people tax sprint around the map at the beginning of chapter 3. That is true. But now, pretty normal, right? Granted, I don't know how long it's going to take to get used to seeing a player rotating or slithering along the floor in this blob-like form. However, it's part of the game. It's here to stay for this season here, and that being Paradise in Season 4. So this team is looking to utilize any mechanic they can to clutch out some points, as they looked like they were trying to kind of sneak out a reboot possibly underneath this team at Lustrous Lagoon. However, it looks like instead they ended up being eliminated in themselves. So they'll have to look for something later on within this lobby as Grace and it's Matt Blizzard still getting aggressive in this game, picking up elimination after elimination, just going and continuing their rampage through this lobby as a quick group heal will come through before they try and get aggressive. And this team at the gas station has no idea what's coming their way.
Yeah, this is going to be a very fun final game here, as they're just trying to make a comeback that I honestly didn't think was possible, and it may not be, but the effort is there. And if the effort is there, anything is possible for this squad here, as they're just trying to heal up, trying to work their way back up to 200 HP, because they're gonna have that overshield, so they'll be 250. However, off in the distance, you got a Solo slowly creeping up onto that vault. And that could be huge, as I think he's now, yep, that's going to be Tax as well. This is going to be a huge squad fight if this goes down here. As now Tax is going to say, hey, I got to get out of here.
Smart.
I think they're now starting to realize that there was a player there. And we may see some shots go down pretty soon. And that's why he's rushing back to his squad, because you cannot get caught, by yourself in this type of scenario. Because if you do, you're going to be in a very rough predicament. As it looks like some shots are starting to come in. And this is where we're going to see this engagement start to go down here.
Seems to be the top two teams in the lobby as far as consistency goes are going head to head here in zone number 2, as it will start to close and the rest of the lobby will start to move, as Proof looking to close the distance and utilize the boogie bombs from the knock onto It's Matt, as now the whole team is forced down below into the vault, except for this player up above who's trying to lurk and pick up an initial knock, and they will onto Proof. So now this player trying to trade shots back and forth, but Rob will clean up, as now the players will come out of the vault, out of the reboot. Now trying to pick up and clean up, but it's not going to go their way, is now Rob to 20 HP down to 0, and Blizzard also on low HP in zone will clean them up, and it's going to be Ace found the time to heal back up, and now is a team using this chug cannon to heal before making that rotation, and will clean up the top dogs in this lobby.
Yeah, and this is going to be huge as the splash is going to come down, and I mean, that is huge, especially because we were saying that team was on a tear, but the worst part about being on a tear is, yes, you're getting a lot of eliminations, but your confidence gets too high. You're going to play a little too aggressive, and, well, you just saw the consequences of playing too aggressive, as now it looks like we just got another team just, driving around in this looks like pinkish vehicle, the chromish pinkish vehicle, which I think looks very cool. It looks like they're going to head over to this island. Looks like we got Saturn and Khan just off in the distance, just gliding around, trying to figure out. However, it's only 2 of them. If these guys realize, hey, there's only a trio potentially near us, this could be worth it. But I think that this team is just going to decide, hey, let's get some good positioning, and we could always glide into zone using the good old little island here.
Little island, quite a big island with a big statue on this island. But more than anything, looking at this team, I'm more questioning their heals. I mean, AK Bear being the only team member, only player on this squad with full shield. So this team will need to find some chug splashes, something to heal them up, because pretty much any team with 1 mini in inventory will have more heals than this squad as a whole.
Yeah, and it looks like they're actually going to get shot a little bit up on there, but it looks like we got Buttercup, Plague, and Dead, and Jackboy are going to be trying to jump up onto this squad up ahead, as 2 of them are going to get eliminated. And now it's up to Yukai to try to clutch up, hiding into the grass. But he's not crouching, so they definitely know he's here. As now Yokai is going to try to just shockwave away. He's making a run for it, but is beautifully shockwaving away right now. He's going to be able to, for a short time, get away, as now they're going to be swimming. However, they're swimming towards the reboot. But that reboot has a whole team on it, as Yokai is just getting shot left and right, down to about half health from where they were a second ago. More shots are coming in. Little does Yokai know, hey, you're running right towards a full team right now, and this may not be good for you, because they are looking at you. Oh, well, they are about to be looking at you, and you're probably going to get eliminated any second here, unless you can pull out some crazy clutch, as Yokai running up this island. Here comes the jump. The shot's going to come in as Yokai looks like was just frozen in time there. They are going to pick up that elimination. Saturn with the mythic weapon we were talking about earlier. Right now, the only one that you could get in the game, if I am correct, right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah. And I kid you not, this weapon is very fun to watch, because you may not realize it, but yeah, it's a burst rifle. It just shoots so fast that you cannot even tell if you hold down that trigger.
You say burst? I thought it was SMG. Or is that also shotgun? Or is that also sniper rifle? This gun is nuts. It covers all the bases.
A little bit of everything.
You can wield it however you see
Yeah.
fit, and especially in a player like Saturn's hands, you can see some real damage done as they will make that small rotation into zone. But this team who invested, rotated early in that being AK Bear to try and solidify themselves a spot on top of the sanctuary statue, seems to have paid off now with them being center zone. And these water zones are never what you want to see, especially as a zero build player. If you are outside a zone and it is over the water, you have to move quickly and you need to go. And you do see a little GG thrown up there from Dead556, and he knows, they know what's going on. They know there is no cover in a team already up on the high ground, so there's not a lot of options as far as where they can actually make it into zone.
Yeah, as it looks like they're just gonna, hey, let's get right in here. And wow, looks like that island we were talking about is gonna be the final zone.
Wow.
It's gonna be a little fun to watch, just because with it being kind of the only land besides off in the distance, there's obviously some more land. You know, it's going to be pretty fun to see how these guys play it, because, well, all of a sudden, you know, there's a big little thing, not little, but if you jump up, you're gonna start flying. That could be bad, because if you're caught in the air, you're gonna be pretty much a flying duck, not a sitting duck, but a flying duck, and it's gonna be easy for these players to get some shots on you, as Rob gets one knock right there.
And now Proof in the bush, trying to dodge back and forth, dipping and diving to try and pick up one of the players, and he will pick up one. Paired that hammer AR with that lever shotgun, a lethal combo will pick up an elimination just like that. And now trying to use the bush to stay inside so no players can get some shots onto them, as now Proof will look back zone for any players trying to late rotate. And they're in a really good spot here. Teams close by might not have the numbers advantage, but still has the space to play and take fights on their own terms, as now Proof will close the distance. Has one chrome splash to maybe try and position themselves appropriately. However, not a lot of options as far as cover goes, with that only being bushes, and Dead will notice, will try and fire through. Down to 150 HP, and now Proof's teammate will give them the cover fire to go back into cover, and Dead will get knocked as well.
Yeah, this is going to be huge. Plague trying to clutch up some big shots here. They're going to be going up onto Ace. Ace gets one knock, but Ace is going to get knocked. Plague clutching up big right now. His team has 6 eliminations, but you're only down. You got to try to finish this player if you get an opportunity to. His Proof's going to get some big shots at him as well. But Plague is just going to take a few seconds here to try to get some more heals off his Proof. He's going to try to jump on him the second he can, and there comes the jump. They're going to start trading shots. Proof is hitting some big shots, and there's Tax off in the distance. Proof. Tax clutching up big time, saving the Ace, and as now they have 8 eliminations.
Looking to close the gap. Will not be enough to surpass first place, but still can shoot them well a ways up that leaderboard, as Proof clutching up big here. And this team will have the chug splashes, will have the heal potential to get themselves in a good spot as far as taking these last couple engagements on the other two teams. But more than anything, they have the numbers advantage. 4 players up, chrome splashes as well to utilize and rotate through, as it looks like they're possibly trying to claim the top of this statue. They're not going to let any players take it, but they will be split. Proof will use that hammer AR paired with the teammate to pick up the initial knock on the Meeps, and the confirm will come through. So now they really have that numbers advantage, picking off solos left and right, taking them out from teams to lower them from having that numbers advantage. And now Saturn's in the distance, utilizing almost the only bush in zone currently, as this team is still trying to hold the statue and hold it down tight.
Yeah, it looks like we have 2 teams on the statue island. One is below the statue, and one is all the way up at the top. So this could be a good, really fun final fight. It all depends where this zone is going to pull us. We're about to see it right now. Oh my gosh.
You got to be kidding.
You can't draw this up.
Can't make this up.
You literally can't. This is a zone that I don't think I've ever seen in my entire life while watching Fortnite, playing Fortnite, casting it. This is going to be the most exciting zone I think we might ever see, because you have to go up, you got to go down. It's just, there's so many different types of engagement that could happen here. So it's going to be very fun to see these guys try to fight it, as it looks like it's going to be 2 squads and that one solo who clutched up big time as Proof trying to get back down to his team, as all these players are going to start getting shots. But actually looks like one of the players from the team up above is going to get knocked. It looks like he might have gotten sniped, as now there's going to be another team right in the bushes from here. As it looks like they're going to try to get some shots, but that's going to be Psy and Saturn in the bush getting shots off left and right on each other though.
Proof will close the distance once again, wants to get in the face of the enemies with that lever shotgun. And beyond that, the truck will be used to break the bush, and Saturn will get cleaned up as Tax will take that 1v2. Says, forget this, I'm closing the distance in the truck, and we're going to take this fight to them as Proof will knock one on the high ground. So now, once again, it's time to force the fight. It's the straight 3v3 scenario now with the team on high ground trying to get the res, but it's not going to be enough. Not enough time, not enough space. Proof is getting in your face and will get that elimination and the victory royale here in game number 3 of the Eastern Conference.
Proof, don't miss. Literally did not miss there. Went on to the duo that was all the way down in the bush. Gets the knock on one of them, does huge damage to the second one, says, you know what? I see you up there. Headshot snipes the player on top of the statue, then goes up there, pretty much gets a jump scare onto the player reviving, and then hits 2 shots. Game over. That was insane. 13
Just
eliminations
like
from Proof in them. That is going to be huge for them. That was an amazing game. And that was honestly, like I said, a very fun game to see in that final zone. And, well, it didn't disappoint.
Not just the game didn't disappoint, the entire Eastern region did not disappoint. I gotta say, personal fan of the Eastern region, been competing on it for a while, so I have to say they really showed out here and put on some fantastic games tonight. And that's going to close it out. We will have the top 3 in just a moment, so we're going to continue to talk about and kind of break down those last couple games. But still, hang around if you want to see where your team plays. We will have that in just a moment. And not only that, we'll have more action to follow, more regions tonight. We're not done, ladies and gentlemen. We will have 2 more regions and a coach coming on for a coaching session later on in the night, so do not go anywhere. We're going to have more. But Venman, if we're talking about these last games, overall, what was your favorite moment on the night?
Honestly, that final fight right there. Proof
easily.
Just going insane. Like, not only did he get pretty much the knock and the elimination on the first duo, but being able to just quickly turn, scope up, headshot snipe, like you said, like someone needs to sign to this man as well. Like, he is literally phase made, hitting that insane headshot to pretty much clutch up the win for them, as Proof clutches up huge for his team and just pretty much almost wins them that final 2 battles there.
Easily. I mean, Proof locked in, confident, no hesitation, ready to execute there. And something I thought was very interesting is, as a player, I know that going into competitions, you're doing VOD reviewing. Maybe if it's not watching specific VODs of actual your own replay files, but VOD reviewing counts as just watching other players play. And with this being the first squads tournament of this season, these players basically went in blind. They didn't know what to expect, what the meta was going to be, and to watch these players try and adapt. I've definitely taken some notes tonight to try and figure out to take some things over towards the later cups and later weeks, especially here on Stride Esports. I mean, if you're a player, maybe tonight did not go your way, look at what some of these top teams did. What kind of weapons were they carrying? Where were they positioning on the map? What were they doing that brought them success? Because there is so much to take away from these games. Yeah,
so much to take away, so much to learn, so many different teams just completely coming out of nowhere, coming out on top, especially in that final game. Like, even the team that we saw get the back-to-back victory royales to be pretty much the first team eliminated from the game, that was just so fun to see. And then see all these other guys have a massive chance to say, hey, top team's out. You know, it's our time to shine. Let's try to get something moving. As well, they did. I mean, just amazing teams, amazing clutches by solos and duos as well, clutching up some huge placement points, which, hey, you may be like, we came 5th, 6th this week. Well, guess what? There's a lot more weeks. There's literally 11 more weeks for you to maybe come in first. Like, those few points that you may have gotten, that 5 points at the very end, that could be the difference between where you place in playoffs and finals and everything altogether.
Absolutely. The Eastern region did not disappoint, but we've got much more Fortnite action coming your way, so do not go anywhere. We're going to go to a quick break, and we will be back with more Stride in just a moment. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Stride Esports Fall 2022 Central Fortnite Week 1. We're going to be getting in here in just a moment, and we'll be coming into the Central region now. The Central, my hometown here in Texas, Central region now competing. We're going to be jumping into game number 2. Missed game number 1, so we'll be able to watch the action here coming from game number 2 and 3. But still, a lot of high expectations, especially coming out hot from Eastern.
Yeah, I mean, hey, East set the bar like way up here, especially after that final game. Like Central, you're gonna have to do some crazy things to make up for what we just saw in East. But you guys are Central. There's a decent chance we're gonna see some great games out of you guys here today. I'm excited. I mean, total new different teams, total new different rosters, pretty much total new everything. It's like a fresh plate. We're seeing a whole new brand of talent, whole new brand of players. I'm really excited to see these guys, duke it out, especially Central players playing. It's going to be fun. I mean, the way that they do it with the 3 different regions today, it's going to be super fun every hour to see new content, see new players, see new talent, see everything that we hopefully won't see. Maybe total different strategies as well. Who knows?
You have to imagine we are, right? I mean, there's so many different things that could be adopted. One thing I didn't even see once maybe coming out of the Eastern region was porta bunkers being used in the late game. You almost never saw it. You're thinking back to especially the last game here on Eastern. If a team up on the high ground, top of the sanctuary statue, had a porta bunker, they could almost win the game. If a team were to try and mantle up, those tires would send them flying. So I'm interested to see. I mean, there's a lot to take away, especially if you're a Central player. If you were watching Eastern, see what the top teams did. We talked about VOD reviewing. That was the perfect opportunity, especially when you're looking at the same level of competition, and you will be competing against the same people in the future. So this was it. This is the time. Game number 2 will be starting here momentarily, and I have very high expectations here for Central. As me being a Central guy myself, I do hope to see them show out here, especially on Stride.
Yeah, it's going to be super fun, super exciting to see these guys duke it out and see who comes out on top. I mean, it's just going to be so interesting because, yes, we're an hour and a half into this podcast, but guess what? Whole new different players, whole new different teams. It's going to be a fresh plate. It's going to be who is now going to come out on top on Central. Total different game, total different everything. It's just going to be fun. I'm really excited. I'm going to just, I'm going to list some of the teams quickly for who we have. We got Digital Academy of Texas, Louisiana Virtual Charter Academy, Texas Online Preparatory School, Texas Virtual Academy at Hallsville, and the last 2, Oklahoma Virtual Charter Academy, and last but certainly not least, Insight Kansas, a team that I'm going to be looking out for today.
Okay. Any specific reason why you're looking out for them?
I just got a feeling, as you as a caster know, when you get that gut feeling about a certain player, you got to stick with it. And it definitely isn't because they have the most names listed, but
All right. Okay. Ever heard of a caster curse? That's what I'm more thinking along the lines of a caster curse here.
I don't have that.
Coming out from Venomman saying no caster curse. There's going to be a caster curse. I've got no expectations. All I know is that everyone in this lobby is going to show out big here and going to come out and perform at the top level. Venomman's caster curse in Kansas. They are going to have a rough, at least game number 1. Actually, we missed game number 1. Game number 2. I said that. But still, 2 games, how much harm could Venman really do, right? If they took out a VR in game number 1, no problems. They're still high enough up on the leaderboard. They shouldn't have a problem. As we got some time here before we're going to get into game number 2 to kind of talk about the meta and things I want to see. We saw it briefly there at the end of game number 3 on Eastern, but the whole new appearance of that mythic variant of that Xenochrome rifle over at Herald Sanctum, I mean, it is a serious weapon and it packs a punch. I mean, you see a lot of players within Zero Build, especially that like to run 3 weapons, especially in these lobbies with such an elimination heavy format. But with this Xenochrome rifle, you do not need an SMG. Up close, it absolutely shreds, dishes out tons of damage. Yeah. So there is no reason to pair that with an SMG. You only really need that Xenochrome rifle, especially in that mythic variant, and a prime shotgun, and you are set for the whole game. You can carry as much utility as you possibly can and absolutely frag out.
Yeah, that's what I love about this season specifically, especially with Zero Build. There's so many different loadouts, so many different weapons, and that you can pair with each other. Like you can run, shotgun SMG, shotgun AR. We saw even someone run the Hunter bolt action and the prime shotgun. Like there's so many different things, especially with a sniper. If you're very confident that you can hit headshot snipes and do 250 plus damage, which is new to this season, they they revised it and revamped up that damage. Well, that's going to be a game changer. We've seen it come out multiple times where one of your teammates gets knocked, and now all of a sudden it's a 4v3, but you have a sniper, you turn around, headshot snipe, and eliminate someone. Well, 3v3, total different fight. If you could get that first snipe, get that 250 damage, plus if you have a legendary variant, you could do 272 damage, which is insane because no one will ever have that much health unless they bring back the Thanos game mode. But unless, in that type of scenario, like, there's so many different weapons, so many different things you could pair together to really see who's going to come out on top. It's going to be super fun to see how these guys on Central region duke it out and to see who comes out on top.
My favorite part about Zero Build is that you can compete at the highest level regardless of where you're from. It doesn't take a lot. You just have to be smart. Take your time, hit your shots, and work together as a team. Team chemistry is probably one of the most valuable assets that you can have as a squad, especially within Zero Build, just because so many different factors have to be taken into account when you're playing, especially within a stacked lobby, that you don't have time to calm everything. You have to just be on that same wavelength so everyone in your team knows, we're shockwaving here. I'm boogie bombing this player. We need to go underneath. We need to go high. We need to jump on this player right now. I don't have time to say anything. You should already be shooting them. Why are they not eliminated already? You have to know what's going on. You have to be able to predict the future. You have to know what's going on. It takes a lot, but if you can find that sweet spot as a squad, you can absolutely dominate. And we saw that on East. We saw a team that seemed to have found that sweet spot, and they're going to be carrying that through the rest of these qualifiers. And I'm interested to see if any teams have found that yet here on Central.
Yeah, it's going to be super fun. Like you were saying, like, you got to know what's going on. It's pretty much like you got to have a sense and a connection with your teammates. The chemistry has to be so high that you guys should just know what's going to happen in these situations, how your teammates are going to play, and ultimately, just like you said, predict the future, know what's going to happen, and really try to predict and see what's going to be going down, how you're going to take a fight, how you're going to, when you go into a fight, you should think, how am I going to approach it? How are we going to finish it? And worst case scenario, how are we going to get out of it if something bad goes wrong? You got to have plan A, B, C, D, all the way down to Z ready and prepared, because it's Fortnite Battle Royale. It's Zero Builds. Literally anything can happen. It's like we just saw that last game. Who would have thought we'd get a statue final zone? And it's not like one of those zones where, like, yeah, half of the statue is in. It literally just surrounded the entire statue. And we were seeing someone fight all the way from up top, teams fighting in bushes, headshot snipes. Who knows what's going to be happening?
And who knows what's going to be happening, but we will find out in just a moment. Little bit of issues with queuing going on behind the scenes, but no problems there. We will take a moment. Everyone relax, cool down. Make sure you are ready to go for the next game, because we're going to be going to a quick break, and we will be right back with action here on Central. Welcome back to the Stride Esports Fall 2022 Central Week 1 Fortnite Tournament in Venman. We're going to be getting into some Central action here in just a moment, but a little flashback towards the East. We just got out of those 3 games of nonstop action that brought the heat in 3 games in a row, and we now have the winners. And Venman, please, will you do the honors of announcing our winners for Week 1?
I mean, hey, I think we all let's start from third place and slowly make our way up. As we got it, actually looks like first place. Sorry, is going to be Virginia Virtual Academy. I mean, no surprise, they had an outstanding start to the event. The first 2 games winning a lot of eliminations. Second place though, going to be Michigan Great Lakes, and coming in at third place, clutching up big time, was North Carolina Virtual Academy, coming up big for their teams, coming up big representing their schools, and I mean, great overall games on East, and the fact that these guys were able to clutch up and pretty much have those huge 2 games for Virginia Virtual Academy to be able to make up for that last game just shows, hey, it still theoretically could be anyone's game. Because yes, they went out pretty early in game 1, so it's going to be very exciting to see how the rest of East goes in the upcoming weeks.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, just put on a performance like that in week number 1 without being able to even gauge the competition is very impressive. But we are here for Central, and Central has already started, and we are ready to get into game number 1 of Central right now, Venman. It is starting. I say game number 1, but it's actually going to be game number 2 for us. Game number 1 has already passed, so these players have 2 opportunities left, 2 chances to make it count, to push themselves up the leaderboard now. And we're going to be dropping in here on the island with 1 squad here dropping on this left side of the map, while the rest of the lobby seems to be looking more towards these new POIs.
Yeah, it's going to be very fun. It looks like a lot of, like you said, a lot of them are going to the new POIs. It looks like everyone's going to be in one area, kind of. It looks like we're getting a lot of people going Shimmering Shrine, Fort Jonesy, maybe Cloudy off in the distance. And then we just see one team just completely going the opposite way, past tilted to the pretty much other side of the map. So that's going to be very fun to see what their loot is, because they are going to pretty much be able to loot as much as they want. And I don't think they'll be running into anyone for a long time.
not a chance. Not a chance. They will have the whole map to loot up.
Pretty much.
Take their time, heal back up to full before they have to do much of anything in this lobby. However, Fort Jonesy contested in game number 2 here. Teams are split around the POI as Nikolai one shot will get taken out early by Jedi Deuce, who seems to have a very nice loadout this early on, to have the Shockwave Boogie Bomb combo along with the epic variant of the Hammer Assault Rifle. You could not ask for anything better except for a legendary prime, as this player has already picked up 1 knock. And the elimination confirmed as the team will rotate out. And now this team on this backside of Fort Jonesy will be able to loot up this far side, because this whole team seems to be tunnel visioning on this elimination rather than trying to loot up.
Yeah, I mean, hey, that's a different type of strategy we see. That aggression early on could be, huge for these teams. Sometimes it could not pay off. It's all fun. It's all fun, especially on Central, seeing what type of loadout we got running, seeing what type of play style these teams got. As it looks like these guys are just going to currently split Jonesy, do their own thing, wait a little bit, and we may see some shots come in from the distance any second now. As it looks like one player is starting to look at these other squad members from the other team here.
Not too hard. Fort Jonesy, big POI, but a lot of places to hide. A lot of tricky angles as well. So you have to be careful. 100%. Be mindful of the teams close by. Things might seem to be going your way early on, but that whole switch can be flipped in an instant, as Watchdog and Reflex, now a duo in this lobby, still contested over here at Fort Jonesy, as now the fight will ensue, as Reflex now up on the high ground, trying to look for angles on this player down below, who are now sitting within this main building, the large building where everyone is within now, with the boogie bombs will start to come their way now, along with that rapid fire SMG, and it just ends so quickly. The DPS, the damage being dished out by that rapid fire will clean them up immediately in an instant over at Fort Jonesy, so this team will pick them up off spot.
That might have been the team. That might be Insight Kansas, by the way. Just saying.
All right. Okay. I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing.
That just got eliminated.
It was the... okay.
But that's why no need to fear. Insight Kansas will be here next game. and they're going to try to get that win, please. Don't make
So
me
you
look
don't
bad.
have a caster curse, right? You don't?
No, it's part of the game plan. It's part of the game plan.
Gotcha.
Yeah, they just
wanted to give the lobby a chance, right? Yeah.
Exactly.
Got it.
Bro, this blob, man, it's so
that
fun.
That
to
was
see.
actually silly. That was funny to watch the
watch
way
it.
the glob grabs the zip line. I love that. That's actually really good. I love that.
Fortnite blob royale. I love it.
Oh no.
They're just looting, and now they're gonna find whatever loadout they want because they did get that vault. It's gonna be very fun. See these guys battle it out. It looks like that team is slowly starting to move towards zone, or they're in zone, but slowly start to move towards the other players. They're gonna head into Tilted, but they may think that there's a team in Tilted, but there's not a team for like maybe 700 meters at least. So they are chilling, as they're just going to try to pretty much get the best loot that you could possibly get. They have hundreds of chests to go through right now. And I mean like literally hundreds of chests that they can loot. They can just do whatever they want right now.
No issues on their part.
No.
They can just relax, take their time. And this team seems to be sticking together. An IGL leading the curve to rotate into the zone. No problems here. Looting up anything and everything they could possibly need. Any porta bunkers, shockwaves, boogie bombs, chrome chugs, anything you need, this team is going to have for you as they are making their way into Tilted Towers, as Fiery leading the charge into Tilted Towers, and seems to be the only team within this zone. And not to mention, they are located center zone as well. We'll have no problems,
not at all,
at least as far as placement goes in this game, as we're now within the top 4, so they can get those crucial placement points. Because you have to realize, when so many players are getting points immediately in this lobby, eliminations become less and less valuable, because so many players on the leaderboard are going to have the same amount of placement points just by loading in. So you don't need to get aggressive. You just need to squeeze out as many points as possible, because taking out one team, you're taking out a sixth of the lobby. You're taking out a sixth of the lobby by taking out one team, and that sixth of the lobby already has 15 points or 10 points just by loading into the game. So it really doesn't mean much. You need to play for placement and play your space to try and pull out as many points as possible out of every game, especially considering now you only have one game after this, so you have to make this count.
Yeah, you got to make every second count, every engagement count, pretty much everything. Like you said, you got to make everything count. And that's what these guys are doing. It looks like we got some pretty spread out teams here. And it looks like we might actually see a potential engagement go on, as we got a team, Colonel, Gunga, Keshto, and Jedi Deuce slowly moving on into the middle of the map, heading towards Tilted, which could mean we have one of the big engagements here, as it could be one of the final squads here left alive, as we may have 2 squads duke it out here, which would be very fun.
Seeing an engagement this early on, none of these teams should be wanting to take fights, considering what's on the line. Qualification, any sort of prizes, you have to be in mind. The legacy, the glory of taking home first place on the Central region. You have to be careful with a 3-game format. You have to make everything count. You cannot slip up. One game could be your downfall, and this team does not look like they're messing around. 3 eliminations already on the board. A good spot just outside of the zone on dead side, so they will have no issue making it in. They just need to play their space appropriately, and they are doing just that.
Yep, getting every bit of ammo, every bit of loot that they can, as we got some fish stick skins, which is nice. I think we actually saw, could that be a squad of fish stick skins? I saw 2. If there's 4, we may have a, nice little squad here matching. Hey, matching skins is a great way to build some team chemistry. And they're doing that, as it looks like this team is 2 matching skins as well. The chemistry is there for all these teams. It's now going to see, can that skin chemistry stay and match up with their engagement chemistry? That's what we're going to see pretty soon here, as we have a few teams starting to get near each other. But this player's going to hit the tree, but he's going to get a Ranger AR. I think he's going to decide to leave that behind, because he has a legendary hammer and a legendary prime shotgun. I mean, you can't get much better than that, as well as 6 splashes, 4 boogie bombs, and 7 chrome splashes. I mean, wow. Like, that's borderline perfect loot.
Really is. Maybe some more boogie bombs just to spam them, especially considering it's a squads game
Yeah.
mode. Boogie bombs are on their way out of the competitive meta as it currently stands, but with them being in the game right now and them being around for this week at least, you have to play them. And the only way to play them is to, one, carry as many as possible, or if you have to counter them, play your distance, play your space. This player is not doing just that. They will get taken out there. Fiery Bunny will get cleaned up. The teams rotating early into the zone will not go their way. We talk about trying to play for placement and play your lives as long as possible. They did pick up a top 4, but they're going to miss out on those rolling placement points once you break into that top 3.
As it looks like we're going to be heading into a 4v4 via 1 here. It's going to be this fish stick skin going up against the other skins and then the other solo. This is going to be very fun to see how this solo plays it. Are they going to get unlucky, maybe run into a squad, or are they going to be able to find the perfect time to third-party a fight here, maybe even pick up a win, you know, especially with squads fighting. For all you know, you could have one person left, 3 players knocked, and all of a sudden, well, you just got to eliminate one person and you get a victory royale. So this is going to be very fun, as it looks like this solo is just driving around Greasy. However, you're driving right towards another squad. You got to get moving and get out of there, as the shot's going to start coming in on this player. As a Lego Sky is just going to say, hey, I'm actually just going to slowly get right out of here, do my own thing, and just get as far away from anyone as I can, and just hope that these 2 squads find each other sooner rather than later.
Not a care in the world. Just going for a joyride in the whiplash to rotate. No big deal there. And as you said, wait for these 2 squads to fight. Can clutch out a top 2, especially if you don't have the teammates to back you up. As far as playing as a solo within a squad game mode, this is exactly how you should play it. Play your distance, play the dead side, stay behind the teams, and stay as relatively close to the edge of zone as you can, and just move with it. You don't need to stay in the center, because everyone's going to be rotating there, especially if they have the numbers advantage, trying to stay confident and lock down a spot center zone. However, Lego Sky trying to use the whiplash to rotate towards Tilted Towers will go right into the team, into the vending machine, and now the shots will come through. This player now 60 HP, down to 1, down to 0, as Jedi Deuce will take out Lego Sky 20, who got a little bit too aggressive there. As you can see, the carnage rain through with the gas station, sending cars flying, fire in all directions, damage as well. Almost picked up an elimination there in concourse, but it will not pan out. A valiant effort from the solo player and a solid top 3 finish, but now it will be a even 4v4, a 4v4 scenario, the 1v1 squads to pick up the VR here in game number 2.
That was hectic. That was explosion after explosion. Now it's, as you said, 4v4. It's going to be very fun to see how these 2 squads go after each other. As a wow, I love this strat here. Deciding to say, hey, let's just chill, let's relax, let's sit inside this gas station. I don't think, you know, this is an interesting game plan. All they got to do is just fight this last team, so it's going to be very fun to see how these guys fight it, especially because they still are in zone. So now it's up to this other squad to just try and find where they have to go and where they are going to pretty much, well, find the last squad and fight the last fight of the game and see who wins the entire game 2.
Doesn't take a lot. A snipe, a beam, something to shift the tides in your direction to pick up the win, as these teams now trying to find any extra resources or supplies they need before getting into these engagements, decide what is going to best suit my play style, best suit the fight that we are going to get into, as this team now in a great position atop the Tilted Towers hills, looking around, trying to identify this team who seems to just be playing edge zone, hiding, not wanting to show themselves, regardless of it already being a top 2. At this point, there's no more points to have. There's no more placement points to get. All that matters is the engagement. So now it's just a waiting game to see who will identify the other first and pick up that first elimination.
As now these guys just like they run around trying to figure out where they are going to look to find this last team, and it's gonna be fun. I mean, little do they know they were somewhat close to each other, but I think there's gonna be some changes here as these guys are now just gonna say, hey, where in the world is this last team? And this is going to be huge for the Fish Stick squad here because, well, they have zone. And now they're going to start to see this team rotate in any second now. As shots may start to go in from the DMR. Yes, they are. So look at the blobs just coming over the edge like a pack of raptors. Just jumping, running in. And now you're going to see these guys try to cross the bridge and get close to them with the little chrome that they are in right now. Just slowly make their way over there. Now we're going to see some shoot shots start to come in.
Doesn't take much, but the DMR dishes out big damage as this team, aggressive the whole time, will pick up the initial knock. So now a 3v4 situation, and the sniper will pick up another. Just like that, Khalidi will pick up another, and now a 4v2 situation. The sniper will carry this team towards victory. They have the numbers advantage and the health advantage. They will cower and try and hide as they will look for the ambush. Teams will start to get aggressive, and if they can catch them off guard, they could shift the tides in their direction. As this player now playing the hill, playing their line of sight as best as possible, and not to mention the boogie bombs paired in hand. We know the power of the boogie bomb. We know what it's capable of as far as clutching up big and picking up elimination. So this player is still very capable of picking up a win.
100% is now M at a perfect angle right now to get a jump on one of the other players if they go a little too far. However, I think M's going to say, hey, I got to get back to my teammate Fire God, and we got to play this. However, you're rotating out of zone. Now you guys are going to have to rotate in, and you're inside of Tilted Towers with these teams, with the last team being on top of these mountains. It's going to be very challenging to try to clutch up here because you have no real advantage. They have numbers advantage. Now they have height advantage, and two of them right now have zone advantage as well. So you're going to have a perfect rotate here and just sneak right in. However, Fire God doesn't know that there's a player right next to them. This could have been a beautiful opportunity to jump on him as Jedi currently just trying to rotate. And looks like M is going to have some huge shots start to come on their way. The bookie bomb's going to go down, not going to connect.
Ooh.
And now here comes another player. That's going to be Khalid. Khalid is going to get hit with the boogie bomb, but M is going to get hit for a lot of damage. M down to 15 HP. M is going to get knocked. So now it's up to their teammate Fire God to try to clutch a 1v4 here, as they're going to find some nice loot from Cashto is going to get up a Fire Guard. They're going to start getting some shots put down on him. Fire Guard is going to decide to say, hey, I got to just impulse around, try to get a perfect opportunity, get some more shield up, and then re-aggress this team as we're hiding behind a tree here. And now we're going to see the first engagement go on to Cashto. However, the shots are coming down. Fire God is down to 30 HP, down to 2 HP. Gets some shield keg, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. Is he going to impulse yourself into Storm and get eliminated to Storm? So that is going to be PSG, Cashto, Jedi, and Gunga, and Colonel getting the victory royale. Not just victory royale, a 12 elimination victory royale. A huge game from them in game 2.
Coming out strong. A VR and 12 eliminations. A very solid showing from this team. But we do have one more game to close the night out. And this team is going to be looking to hold down that spot. You have to imagine a win like that's going to push you way up that leaderboard. But Venman, any thoughts before we go to a quick break and come back?
I mean, that was just a very exciting game. I think that the thought that I have is a thought that I say a lot, and that's if you're going to win squads, you got to play as a squad. And we saw that the Victory Royale squad get it there. They played beautifully as a squad. Yes, they split up, but they split up when they had to and when they had advantages and when they knew, hey, we could split up into 2 teams of 2 pretty much and attack from 2 different angles, which is what they did and which is what ended up leading them to success in game number 2, getting the Victory Royale. And I think if you want to really win a game, you got to be able to have the confidence and have the mentality to be able to stay with your squad, play as one unit, but at the same time, know the right time and pick the right time to split up into 2 teams of 2 and be able to take, fights from different angles, from different trajectories. And that's going to really be what decides every single engagement.
That will decide every engagement, but we are not going to be the ones to decide who wins the whole thing tonight on Central. We're going to have to find out who is going to come out on top in game number 3. But before we can get to that, we are going to go to a quick break, and then we will be back. So do not go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the Stride Esports 2022 Fall Central Fortnite Week 1 in Venman. After seeing game number 2 and the team to come out on top, man, I have to say, Central did not disappoint. I have to say. I'm going to say it. And even 4v4 at the end, you couldn't ask for a better top 2 scenario going into a game like that.
No, you cannot, especially with getting the win that game was Texas Online Preparatory School, winning that 4v4, and like we were saying, playing it to near perfection. I mean, yes, they took damage. That's why it's not near perfection. They don't take any damage. We're talking about perfection. But, I mean, that was just beautifully played to be able to play it together. So, like I said, split up when need be is really the key to being the best squad in an event, being able to just eliminate anyone that gets in your path, which they pretty much did, and be able to get as many victory royales as humanly possible. It's just going to be very fun to see how game 3 goes, because I'm excited. Like you said, Central, you guys are not disappointing at all. I'm having fun over here watching this. This is going to be very exciting.
Absolutely. I'm also interested to see, I mean, if you look at last game, where the actual lobby ended up landing, majority of the lobby being on that right side of the map towards those new POIs. I mean, considering some of the teams we saw go down early and how the team that landed on the left side of the map basically got free placement for majority of the game. Is it going to be switched up? Are players going to change those drop spots? Are more players going to be on that left side of the map? I'm interested to see how they're going to adapt, especially knowing that not only that whole side of the map is free, but with this also being the last game.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting to see how this game 3 goes down. As actually the game is ready, so we're going to head in to the final Central game, and it's going to be very fun to see who wins this and comes out on top.
Absolutely. Everyone is loaded into the battle bus. We will be dropping down now as we do see a team hop out early towards the Rave Cave, and then another team, again, still that bus path. Majority of it going over those new POIs, and it looks like the majority of the players dropping near those new POIs, but a little bit of a shakeup. Team over here near mid-map, that Loot Lake area near Coney Crossroads, as well as the normal team at Herald Sanctum, that sanctuary kind of general location, but still a solid split along the map, other than a little bit of a switch up now with the only team now that landed on that left side switching over to land near the Rave Cave.
Yeah, and hey, like we were saying, Rave Cave, you know, it was still one of the best POIs in the game, especially because they brought the blimp back. Something that some people tend to forget about. It's back. I don't know where it came from. I think it went on a little bit of a cruise. I think it might have, some people might have taken the blimp out on a cruise and said, hey, let's go back to the island. You know, I kind of miss it as the boat, or sorry, the blimp is back. And well, there's that loot that was all there. Well, it's back too. And it's a lot of loot. And there, well, like you said, there's a vault there as well. That vault is also a very good vault.
That's to say the least. Yeah, basically the same level as the Cloudy Condos vault, with there being the need for 2 keys, but then obviously a ton of loot to go around on top of the normal amount of loot that's located at the Rave Cave. I mean, more than any team could possibly need, even for squads. So that team will be well equipped, to say the least, going into these later zones. But again, Fort Jonesy, we saw some action go on here in the last game, but it looks like this time around that same action will not be met. It looks like this team will have it uncontested to just loot up, go about their way, and make their rotations, as First Zone will actually cover their POIs. They won't have to go anywhere, but the rest of the lobby is going to be in a different situation.
Yeah, and that's going to be fun to see it. Fort Jonesy, as a, you know, having it to yourself is going to be huge. It's squads, so obviously you got to loot as much as you can. You got to trade as much loot as you can with your teammates. But if you're doing that at Jonesy, hey, you know, not a big deal. You know, you got all the little places that you can loot, all the nooks and crannies you can get. As it looks like we actually have a solo at Logjam looting that up all by himself, as we're getting a nice little look at Rave Cave. I'm assuming this player accidentally fell off the blimp.
It's okay.
It's okay. I mean, it's unfortunate. It happens to everyone. Hey, they call me, you know, the master of fall damage. Sadly, that is a nickname.
Oh no.
So, hey, it happens to everyone. And at least you got some med kits, so now you're set. You know, you're going to be right back up to where you need to be when it comes to heals.
Yeah, no problems there. Not to mention, we mentioned it a second ago, right? I mean, there's so much loot. You're fine. No big deal. You can do that another 4 times. You're going to be set. You'll still have more loot than anyone else in the lobby. You are good to go. So this team will continue to loot up have a little bit of a rotation ahead of them, but nothing they can't handle, especially considering the amount of passive mobility around this POI with the slipstreams, with launch pads, all sorts of different utility items they can use to make it into zone.
Yep, I still don't. I was a little confused why Wolfie was farming there, especially because we're playing zero build, so you don't need any materials whatsoever. But it's a force of habit. I do it a lot.
Oh yeah.
Especially when I play zero build. It's something you got to get used to, as we're gonna see Nikolai try to open the vault, but looks like they don't have enough yet, as they're slowly getting enough loot. And I think this, I could be wrong, but if I remember correctly, these vaults, specifically this one, I think is the best vault in the game. I believe it's somewhat randomized. I could be wrong, but when I landed here one time and I opened the vault, I got 3 of every chest, which is more than the other ones.
Oh no, it's definitely good. And you could say it's better. I don't know the exact chest stats, so I'm not gonna argue it. You might be right. All I know is that these players are definitely well equipped, and for the first time tonight, I'm seeing a team rock these porta bunkers in volume, not just 1 stack, 2 stacks in that player's inventory, so they'll be able to carry it through, and I'm sure some teammates are as well. And speaking of porta bunkers, back another look at this team at Fort Jonesy, and they're gonna be rocking 2 as well, just fishing, trying to grab any and every bit of loot at this POI because they don't have to go anywhere. The rest of the lobby trying to position themselves on these elevated surfaces, and just Hen and M just on top of these mountains using these snipers or these scoped weapons to look around, identify enemies close by, as they will be able to see one in the distance, possibly take some shots to line up with that sniper rifle, but it's just barely gonna miss, just inches away from taking out a player in 1 shot. It just slip away once again. The dual sniper, the triple sniper, everyone wants to carry a sniper. And honestly, I have to say, I'm not complaining. I love it. I mean, it's definitely fun to watch from a viewer perspective, but if I'm these players, I might be shaking a little bit.
Oh, 100%, especially when you're rotating. I mean, just the knowledge that if one person lines it up perfectly and pretty much hits you in the head, oh, you're knocked. Like, it's not like in the past where, like, yeah, you'll take some damage or you lose a lot of health. In this, if you get hit in the head, you're down. Like, you can't out heal getting hit in the head. You're just done for. So it's going to be very interesting. It's going to be very nerve-wracking, especially to stand still and try to get shots off. Very intriguing, because if you don't see one of these players look back at you and they're able to get a shot off on you, well, your game could be over.
Definitely could be over. Just a moment. That's what the snipers do. It will change the whole path of the night, not just the game, the whole night, with this being the last game, your last opportunity to push you up that leaderboard. These teams need to be careful. Do not have that room for error, especially within this squad's game mode. So many different ways you can be punished and taken out of this lobby, so you have to be careful. And they're doing a great job playing together, playing hand in hand just in case the player goes down, whether it be a snipe, a triple spray, whatever it is. They're ready to go to pick up a teammate just in case. Because they don't have to make a rotation. They just kind of relax, get some shots, pressure these teams around them to kind of build themselves a bubble so no teams can kind of get close to them. So they have basically the pick of the litter as far as positioning goes.
Yep, they 100% just get to, figure out where they want to go right in, especially with only, 13 other players, not counting your squad, left in the zone. You can kind of figure out, say, hey, we can pretty much find the perfect spot for us to go, get ahead of the rotate if we have to, get ahead of the zone. And like I said, if you get in that zone early and there's teams not inside the zone, you can stop right on that edge and make sure they don't rotate in. It looks like a lot of people are starting to migrate up towards the middle part of the map with one team all the way down at Chonkers.
Rotations are going to be difficult in the lobby like this, where everyone knows generally where everyone is. And if you do hear another player, they're going to be the only one in your sight. You know that you're not going to have a huge risk of third party, as Lego Sky now with the back turned again, trying to use the car to rotate and make their way towards center zone, or at least avoid players, as the triple beam will come through. A couple shots on target, but Lego Sky in no immediate danger, but this team is still trying to close the distance, so Lego Sky will be able to use that tactical sprint to relocate. Trying to clear the basement now is just Wolfie checking under the stairs, but the player's not there. Lego Sky has rotated out, done the great escape, and made their way away from this full trio.
Yeah, pulled the Houdini right there. Just said, hey, you guys think I'm in the house? Well, I'm pretty much long gone. But there's going to be another squad rotating in. That's going to be Assassin and his squad rotating. And they're going to be going right up to Lego Sky. So Lego Sky got away from one squad, but now all of a sudden has another squad on him, and he's going to go down to Bunny. So that was just unlucky by Lego there, as we're going to have these squads potentially aggress each other here. As they're going to start moving a little bit towards each other with this one up near the top of the map starting to move in. But look at the bottom of the map. We have Endless Ice and his squad getting it, but Assassin gets hit hard, as now it's down to these three players to try to clutch up being down one here.
As you said, numbers advantage, being down a player is not where you want to be, but as you see the porta bunkers starting to be used and trying to use the tall grass to find some time or space or any ounce of damage to dish back towards this team, but it will not be enough. Nikolai one shot and co will clean up this whole squad, making it 4 eliminations, and now we'll have the time to heal back up. But you can see it on the map. The team in the distance looking their way, considering they just came out of an engagement. They have to be careful. And Nikolai is currently healing in the open. Will find the time, but still very sketchy scenario considering the team close by.
100%, as that team's going to start to move in now as well. This is where we're going to see probably the biggest fight. You know, we just saw one go down, and now we're about to see a second one go down as well. So it's going to be very fun, as big shots coming in from Nikolai. Huge shots left and right, as it looks like Endless is going to get knocked there. As this is going to change a lot here, as these players are going to start to move slowly towards each other, make sure they get fully healed. As off in the distance, you actually see the other squad, the final other team, might start to get in this soon. This could be the final fight of the game, ladies and gentlemen. And the first zone, and the second zone, hasn't even fully closed yet.
It'll heat up quick. As we see it here, a lot of teams start to rotate, and I mean, we talked about it before, right? Playing that edge. If you're trying to play for placement, you need to play edge map. And if you're not playing edge map, you're going to end up running into players, especially when it's in center zone. And we saw it here. This whole lobby has started to drop so fast, and now we're within the top 3. Teams need to play their space, because this is where the points start to rack up as well. I mean, going from top 3 to top 2, an additional 3 points, not to mention the rest of the lobby, not a ton of eliminations to go around. So every single ounce of placement points is what counts. And we see it here with M getting the reboot off as well. So now they'll be able to get that numbers advantage to even the playing field, making it a straight 4v4v4.
100% 4v4v4. Probably the best ending you could possibly ask for. You know, especially when this early on, 4 full squads as they're trying to rotate and get to this billboard, which is huge because that could give natural height, as well as it's kind of in the zone as well. As we're going to see these two guys pretty much duke it out now, as they're all going to start to get some engagements go on, as they're just going to try to get the jump on the players. Endless Ice is going to get some huge shots on these guys, as he's going to knock one. And now, all of a sudden, these players are down a player. Now you're going to have to see these guys try to fight it out, but down goes Fire God. It's a 3v3 now. These players are getting off a shot, but they're going to actually get the final elimination onto that player, as now it's going to be a 4v4. The res is going to come off, and they're going to have plenty of time to heal, as now this is going to be a final 4v4 battle for the victory royale here in this game.
This is it. Talked about how much I liked the 4v4 the previous game, so now we're going to get the repeat. A straight 4v4 as well, but this team, no eliminations on the board. Have not had to take a fight thus far in this game, but it will come their way soon. They need to be aware of the team in the distance. They've basically cleared this whole side of zone, so not a big problem there as far as that goes. However, the team will definitely be hunting. They have a lot of utility to back it up. The Shockwaves, at least in Jedi Deuce's hands. However, the DMR and Prime Shotgun combo, I have to say, for Zero build, I'm not sure if I'm the biggest fan of that loadout.
Unless he's deciding to say, hey, I only need to get one shot and my teammates will do the rest of the damage. That's the only thing I can be thinking of when it comes to close range. Maybe he's going to sit back, try to get some shots off with the DMR. I mean, we saw, you know, a sniper Prime Shotgun. DMR Prime Shotgun's kind of close. It's a little bit different, but I think we're going to start to see these shots come in, and I think this is where the DMR is really going to come into a big effect. There's these long-range, you know, engagements, as it looks like some shots going to start to come in. However, Keshto is going to have to try to get some heals off, and he is. He's going to find some mushrooms. He's going to use this for cover here. Now we're going to see some shots start to come in, start to get traded. And we're going to see this final battle start to go into effect any moment now.
Engagements will come through. Seen it in the past. The last moments, how a sniper rifle will be that X factor to clutch things up, to shift the tides. And I wonder if it will happen once again, as it seems like the team in the desert will have that small elevation advantage, but this team definitely has that utility advantage, that being able to grab the rest of the sapling loot here, located
huge.
close by, as many shockwaves as they could need. And if they close the distance, become within shockwave range, you can use those not only for mobility, but as actual utility to fight with. They can launch players into zone, launch them away from each other, split each other up, force players out of bushes. There are so many different ways you can play those shockwaves, especially considering if you have a large number of them.
Yeah, and this right here is about to be huge. 7 seconds, now 5. If this zone pulls to either the left or either to one team, this is going to change how this fight is going to play, and it's going to perfectly pull to the team who won the last game. As now we're going to have to see how Fire God, M, Just Hen, and Endless Ice try to play this. I think they're going to have to try to either get a big knock here to try to make some moves, or they might just try to send us some emotes are coming up from these guys.
What are they doing?
I think they're starting to realize that, hey, this could be a tough rotate for us. This might be a little harder, as I think maybe they're trying to distract these players to let Hen potentially get a headshot snipe.
That would give them the time and the means to push.
Yep.
But zone is inevitable. It will push you eventually, and it seems like this team is playing this smart, not wanting to over peak. They know they don't need to shoot them. They will come to them. If they can catch them in the open, pick up an initial elimination, it will be swung their way, but they have to position themselves properly, and I like this. The reposition before this team starts to rotate towards the bushes is great. They can get the line of sight and make sure that when this team starts to move towards the river, they can catch them off guard when they're swimming, when there's no cover nearby for them to hide behind.
This river is going to be the huge rotate. This is going to be the part that, if they can get across this river, it could be a different game. However, they do have to go up a hill. As here comes the splash, you're going to see them turn into blobs and just try to full rotate into this. They're playing this very well. For having to go this far, being able to just beautifully go. I don't think a single one of them got shot. I don't even think some shots came their way. They're just going to be able to just try to nice and easily get right into the zone, try to find some natural cover to cook up, and just sit, try to wait for it. As it looks like they're trying to just still decide where they're going to rotate. They're going to find a push. And now we're going to see these guys hop in this bush and say, hey, let's try to get some nice shots on these guys. But, like we said, impulse can be used to push players out of there. As you see, an impulse can be used to just push everyone out of this bush, destroy the bush, and now all of a sudden, the squad is now just pretty much 4 solos all nowhere near each other as M's getting hit hard. M's going to have to try to get some heals off as Fire God gets knocked. So now, it's going to be a 3v4 here.
3v4 scenario now, and M is getting in, wants to close the distance with the shockwave and will pick up an initial elimination. So now that lever shotgun will have to be used to try and dish out some damage and dish it out quickly, as he will be behind the player. Jedi Deuce will get the knock. Still a 3v1 scenario now to clean up, and still knocks everywhere, left and right, boogie bombs as well. So now trying to play the distance, but it's not distance enough. M will close it and pick up another elimination and the victory royale here in game number 3 on the Central region.
An 8 elimination victory out, and I mean M coming clutch there, hits the impulse, not just the impulse onto them, hits the max damage lever shot, shotgun shot onto that player to knock the first player, and then pretty much flip the whole script. Now all of a sudden, M hitting shots left and right, knocking players left and right. That was the key to their success. That one shot switched the momentum of the entire game, because you went from a 4v3 to a 3v3, and then literally 3 seconds later, M knocks another player. It's a 2v3, and they ended up getting that victory royale, and that was an insane game from them.
Played incredibly well and executed to a T. But that is going to do it as far as the Central region goes. We have one more tonight, the Western region, and a coaching session coming up just a moment. But I have to say, Central brought it. I had expectations, and I have to say they were met. We have the action. We had the placement. We saw teams play together, which is something we didn't see as much on the Eastern region. We saw it towards the back half of games, but especially here on Central, these teams had it together. They're playing together, trying to execute, but it was not enough in some cases. However, still, a lot of action coming out from Central. Venman, any thoughts before we move forward?
I mean, I just want to bring that, that whole final fight. Let's recap that quickly. They were trading shots for each other. They were in a little bit of a stalemate, shooting back and forth for what, like a minute to 2 minutes there. And then zone pulls the complete opposite way of the team that ended up winning. They all said, hey, let's get into this bush, get a little bit closer, wait for the right moment, use this bush as cover, Let's throw down the Chrome Splash and just beautifully rotate just on the edge, using natural cover to their advantage to come up, find a new bush, and then pretty much just take a beautiful opportunity, especially from M. They all push at the exact same time, led by M, to be able to get the knock on that first player, on that second player, and eventually just get that victory royale. I mean, that was just a huge win for them. Remember, there was that one point they were just emoting. They thought, like, we thought that they were giving up. They were emoting, trying to take shots, and well, literally 5 minutes later, they're on top with a 8 elimination victory royale in the final game. I mean, that was insane.
They were emoting. We thought they were giving up. Maybe they knew something we didn't. Maybe they knew something. They were just too confident. They executed it too well. And you love to see it there, coming out on top. The scores are currently being calculated behind the scenes as we start to solidify and finalize the top 3 that we will announce here in just a moment. A little bit of calculations, a lot of numbers to go through. We got to get those placement points. We got to get those elimination points. So much that goes into it. We want to make sure that any points that everyone got throughout these 3 games, make sure they're calculated appropriately. As I do believe I'm starting to get a list, and Venman kind of made it a little bit of a tradition now where you've been talking about the leaderboards tonight. Why don't you go ahead and close out Central for us?
Yeah, as we're bringing on the leaderboards right now, first place is going to be Texas Online Preparatory. Right behind them, though, in second was Louisiana Virtual Charter Academy, and clutching up big time in third place, my team, the team that I was rooting for, Insight Kansas. I didn't cash their curse them fully. They had a great game. All 3 teams that came in first place had a great day, but everyone else that competed also had an outstanding game today, and outstanding games. And remember, there's a lot of weeks left. You didn't have a good week today? Well, guess what? You got next week. Make it back up. Don't get down. Keep your hopes up. It's fun. That's what we're here for. And overall, it was just outstanding to see everyone compete in East and Central so far.
And we're not done. We have West coming up later tonight. But before we can get to that, not only are we going to go to a break, but when we come back, we're going to have some expert coaching from the one and only Lowell Sampa. Is going to be running some coaching on stream in just a moment. But we're going to be going to a quick break, so do not go anywhere. We will be back with coaching and more action in just a moment.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to a Fortnite Zero Builds The Basics Breakdown with Coach Lost Lamp and myself. Let's get right into it. First and foremost, who am I? About me. So, I've been playing the game for a very long time. I started in Chapter 1, Season 3. I'm a Fortnite competitive player as well as coach. And you might be asking, maybe you've never heard of me. Maybe you heard a little name of me. Who knows, right? But here's some examples of things that I've done. So $11,000 earned in Fortnite competitive build tournaments. So not no build, but that was the World Cup qualifiers, Fortnite Champion Series, Cash Cups, all that kind of stuff. But then, recently I've been switching over more to the no build section, zero builds, right? And I've made over $2,000 in zero builds as well. So, I've made some money in competition. I've got that competitive side to me. And looking at the tournaments I played for zero builds, we did Twitch Rivals, which was really cool. Also got invited to a Mio sponsored tournament as well. That was super fun. And what else have I done as far as coaching? So I've actually worked with Cloud9 Training Grounds, really cool program. Esports Tower, a little bit smaller, but still a cool program. And Pro Guides, which is a little bit more known since it's on multiple titles across multiple games. So you probably have heard of that one. But yeah, that's it for the competitive achievements and the coaching. And there's more into that, but we're not here for me. We're just here to learn about me real quick and just a little bit extra, right? I reached reached rank Diamond 1 in League of Legends before playing Fortnite. So a little bit of a background there. And I like cats. So yeah, that's all about Lost Amp and myself. So let's jump right into the next slide, which is going to be topic number 1, loadouts. So knowing what to hold and how it will change your game is crucial. Even if you have the best loot in the game, if you don't know how or when to use it, you can maybe even use it incorrectly, or even worse, you may be eliminated before you can use those items. So just list all the items that are available in no builds. We've got shotguns, snipers / marksman rifles, assault rifles, SMGs, and some special items. And then we'll just go over these a little bit without the extra pictures, which is comparing shotguns, right? Prime shotgun, lever shotgun, Evo Chrome shotgun. Which one do you choose? A lot of it comes down to your preference and how you play. Each of these guns are usable. Right now, though, most people really like the Prime shotgun in pro play, competitive play, but the lever is still really good too for getting up close and getting those quick shots off. Versus the Prime, it does a lot more damage and a big hit, right? The Evo Chrome stuff is brand new to this season, and not a lot of people know exactly how to use it yet. But the Evo Chrome shotgun is pretty quick, reloads fast and shoots fast. But more people seem to like the Prime and lever at the moment. But we'll see as the season progresses, right? Maybe people find some quick tips and tricks for those guns to use them better. Now for the snipers / marksman rifle, the DMR is called a marksman rifle, but I kind of consider it sort of like a sniper. It's similar, where it's got the travel time. Either way, DMR or hunter bolt action sniper, right? DMR is really good for long range tags, but too long of range and the bullet travel takes too long. And the hunter bolt action is super good now. They got buffed recently, where it allows you to get a one-shot elimination. If you're able to hit a full clean headshot with the hunter, then you're able to get that elimination and start off a fight really huge that way. Now, ARs, another thing to talk about for the ARs is the Evo Chrome Burst Rifle is brand new. Lots of people love it, but also some people really don't. So Evo Chrome, we're going to have to see how that progresses throughout the season. Not the best gun, unless you're getting the Mythic. The Mythic seems very, very, very strong. But most people really like the Hammer versus the Ranger. Ranger is a little bit better for the longer range fights. Does a lot more damage per shot. But the Hammer shoots faster and actually has a better usability to be able to swap it into kind of like an SMG style, just spraying it from the hip. And then SMGs this season completely changed. We had the Stingers last season, and they were super, super, super good, and they were all around usable for almost any situation. But now these new SMGs, the suppressed SMG or the rapid fire, are more specific. The suppressed SMG doesn't have very good range, and so it doesn't. Same with the rapid fire, right? But both those guns are usually only up close, not even like a little bit far. Especially with rapid fire, takes a very small amount of time for it needed to be reloaded. So getting caught in the middle of reload can be really, really bad, of course. So we'll have to see how those ones go. It seems more like the shotguns and the ARs are favorites, as well as the snipers. SMGs seem a little less strong this season, mostly due to the fact that their range isn't as good as the previous gun, which was the Stinger. Special items, utility items, right? These are the most important items for the most part in zero builds. So those are boogie bombs, shockwaves, chrome splashes, cow catchers, porta bunkers, and repair torches. Boogie bombs and shockwaves, those are favorites. So shockwaves allow you to go pretty far, be able to close some distance, as well as escape a fight if you need to, capitalize maybe on a sniper shot, all that kind of stuff. But boogie bombs are so good for immobilizing an entire team, making them all dance, right? And be able to get the first shot off. So you can start off a fight really strong. Chrome Splash is brand new to the season as well. They're super fun to use. You can throw them down onto buildings. You can throw them down on the ground and be close to them and turn into this blob-like little chrome thing. And allows you to move very quickly across the map, one of the best ways of rotating. Cow catchers and porter bunkers, this is kind of your main way of being able to protect yourself. It's very important to have someone on the team, maybe even two people, have porter bunkers. And if you can't find porter bunkers, you should definitely have cow catchers. These are probably some of the more important defensive items. And repair torches. I threw repair torches in there because they can actually heal cow catchers and porter bunkers. And also, if you have like a tournament that is allowing car usage, you can repair your car as well, or even just in pub games. True, right? So let's jump into some examples of some loadouts, some great loadouts, right? Loadout examples. So the common loadout is a shotgun and AR for the best combo of close range and long range. Some players also carry snipers / marksman rifles for those big long range hits. You can see players often carry shockwaves and boogies together so they can make plays by shockwaving and then throwing a boogie bomb at their opponent while they're flying through the air. If you can visualize that. Some players carry more special items such as porta bunkers, chrome splashes for cover and rotation. You also notice, if you look through these loadouts, all heals that players carry are quick heals, chugs, minis, and shield kegs. This way, it takes a lot less time to heal during fights, because if you get cracked during a fight and they're pushing you, you only have a couple seconds to heal up, right? So throwing down those chug splashes are super helpful. Now, if you can't find those items, any heals will be good, but those are the best ones if you have an option of all of them, right? And so let's actually even look through some of these loadouts. So the first one, this one actually has the lever shotgun, as well as the hammer assault rifle, shield keg, shockwaves, and boogies. So talking about that shockwave boogie combo where you can shockwave an opponent, boogie them, or even a whole team, and be able to take them out one by one. And the lever is super good for close range fights. You can shoot really fast, over and over. Hammer as well has that close range usage. So you can see that player is looking to get in there, right? Get some damage on the outside with the hammer, jump in with the lever, boogie bomb them, all that good stuff. And then going down another one, we actually have another player with 4 porta bunkers, which is insane. That's really, really, really good cover, but no shockwaves. So they could rotate by throwing those porta bunkers ahead of them if they need to. But they also have a similar loadout of that shotgun plus AR. This person, though, has the prime. And I think the prime is most of the favorite. If we look at this list for number 4, 5, and 6, and number 2, they all have those primes. Seems to be much more commonly picked up by those competitive players, right? And then the third outfit loadout is SMG, actually, and AR and sniper. And this is a super interesting loadout because if you look at it, right, the SMG, close range weapon, not very like good at mid range, right? But then we also have the hammer AR, which is a long range weapon as well as a short range weapon at the same time. So it's almost like he has 2 short range weapons where he can go into the fight, battle with those guns. But at the same time, he also has 2 long range weapons in a way, right? Where the hammer can also be really good for long range tags and fights. And the sniper is also really good for those long range tags. So they actually have a really interesting loadout where it's allowing them to have 2 close range weapons, but also 2 long range weapons in a way with that hammer. Cool. And then let's go to the fourth one. This is an interesting one because it's actually got a pistol in it. So you don't see the pistol very much inside of tournament gameplay at all because it's mostly just, not the best gun, right? The hammer does more damage, but this one's a golden one. And also it's interesting to look at this because the pistol actually uses mini bullets, right? And those other guns, the hammer, the DMR, the other assault rifles, they use medium bullets. So you can see in this fourth loadout, they've got the pistol plus the DMR, which uses the medium. Pistol uses the mini, so they can actually split up their usage. Versus if they had like a hammer, they might actually go through their assault ammo much faster. And you can see that person also has the porta bunkers and the minis. Next one, same as before, or a couple others where they've got those the prime and the hammer, porta bunker, chugs, but this one's different where they have the chrome splashes. The chrome splashes, like I said before, are super useful for rotation. They're not extremely useful for fights for the most part until people start to learn more how to use them and be slippery. But it's kind of hard to use them right now since it's brand new. But they're super good for getting away from fights quickly because they're faster than walking. And then finally, the same thing as the first loadout and the 6th loadout, but this one's different where they actually have the prime shotgun. So just an example of something you can do. And you don't have to do these specific loadouts. These are just examples of loadouts that you can use that are very, used in high gameplay and whatnot. So cool. On to the next topic. So Storm Zones. So Storm Zones is the biggest part of Battle Royales, right? So the most difficult part about Battle Royales is understanding where to be and when to be there. We can divide an entire Fortnite game into 3 parts: early game, mid game, and end game. So early game, this is zone 1 and 2. For zone 1, looting your drop spot and rotating out as soon as you possibly can, depending on the situation, maybe whether or not you're conned or all that kind of stuff. Zone 2, begin going towards center zone and find the best power spot for you. And I'll go more into depth about what is a power spot in a minute. Finding a good spot is based on your drop spot on the map plus where zone pulls to. So if you have a north drop and the zone pulls south, you're probably not going to get a very center position, but you can still get other powerful positions and hope for zone to pull to you depending on where it is, right? And we'll talk about more of that too. Mid games for zone number 3, getting into the end of the game slowly, right? And players getting closer and closer. The spot you've now chosen will affect the rest of the game. Because if you're in a spot in zone 3, the next zone that shows up, someone might be in that spot already, so on and so forth. So it's important by mid game, for the most part, to get the best position you possibly can. Going to end game now. Finally, the end game has begun for zone 4. The start of the end game. If you have a good position going into 4th, you'll be better set for the rest of the end game. Because as the end game progresses, your position is going to be able to get you either eliminations, which is a refresh, or be able to avoid being eliminated, right? And then zone 5 and above, moving zones. So if the zone goes, or the game goes long enough, the zones will start to move. Items like porta bunkers and shockwaves are huge in this part of the game, as well as zone 4 too. But just in general, because once the zone starts to move, you have to go with it. You have to have cover. You have to have a way to get across that whatever space you're in and be able to survive it, as well as get the eliminations too. So that's kind of like the big thing for Storm Zones. So let's actually go into examples. I'm going to back out here. I'm going to jump into, this little map here. So this is actually a replay of Zemi and Tifu, if you guys know who they are. We're going to break down their gameplay, their rotations through the game, and all that kind of stuff. So they land at Lustrous Lagoon up here in the top right. And if you guys know about this POI, you probably do, right? You played Fortnite. They have these little balloons at the top that allow you to rotate around the map. And the cool thing about that is that it allows you to cover a lot of ground. So if we look from here, they could fly literally anywhere in this direction, right? Oh, it's a bad circle. But you see what I'm saying, right? So they can go pretty far just from that rotation. So that's why they like this drop map, or this drop spot. So let's watch how their game progresses, right? Talking about those zones popping up, what they do in those zones, early game, mid game, end game. So as they drop into the spot, you can see Tifu, Zemi. They're uncontested. So they're completely alone and they're able to do kind of whatever they want, looting. And so they're just looting right now. They're just getting all the loot they can. But disaster strikes and a team comes up to them and jumps on their head. So in this moment here, we can actually see, obviously not the literal gameplay, but we can kind of deduct what they're doing based on their positioning, right? So as we see it, they start to engage each other and they start to do some damage to each other, but it looks like it gets to a stalemate here. And in this stalemate, they kind of sit here for a long time. Now, the important thing to know about this is that for these angles in no builds, you're kind of stuck where you are because you can't create a new wall, right? Unless you have those bunkers or those shockwaves. But right now, they don't want to use any of their loot in this fight. They want to keep it. So they're kind of playing a little campy. It's only the first part of the zone, right? And so they're just trying to see if they can keep the loot that they have and take it to endgame. But if we're looking at Zemi as well, it looks like they don't have a lot of loot, only a charge and a hammer. And so now a new team shows up and the other team runs away. But then a third team showing up also means more trouble for Tifu and Zemi. And Zemi gets sniped, I think, it looks like, which is super unfortunate. And this is so much to happen in the first zone. We still haven't really talked about the rotations, but going onwards. Zemi goes down and Tifu has to run away. He actually runs away to the gas station back here to avoid these fights. And that's using the glider, right? We just talked about in the very beginning. And then this fight progressed so much to the point where there was actually one player left rezzing his teammate. If you notice this, and he realizes, he has to get his teammates reboot. He has to reboot his teammate. And if this team is still here, then they can't do that. So Tifu realized the only option he has is to stop this res and to push this player. And push this player he does. Eventually he takes him out. Nice. So now that they've actually cleared out this entire side of the map, they kind of got forced to. A lot of players pushed them, right? But now that they've cleared it out, it's all kind of owned by them, so to speak. They're able to move around freely. There are some stragglers here and there, though, but they don't come into the POI. Let's speed this up a little bit. Let's see them get rebooted. And then this is Tfue and Zemi getting rebooted. So this team, the red team, here's the reboot. They come over. Now, looking at this game, right? This is looking pretty risky for this team because as zones have progressed, we've noticed that Tfue and Zemi have been stuck here in this POI for a long time, and zone is moving. So not only do they have to loot late, they also have to rotate late too. And so this is a great VOD to watch because even though they're behind, right? Everyone else is ahead of them. There's tons of teams. They're already set up in the middle of the map and could get very good power positions. And power positions, by the way, we talked about that in the beginning. Power positions are examples like this. So being on top of the hill, it's actually Malibuka. Oh my gosh. Oh, another EU pro player. But they're in this big power position where since they're up here, they can basically push everyone away in this area because they have a huge vantage point and control this whole space. And that's why it's considered a power position. If you're down here and you're trying to fight up, it's not very easy to do. But on the top side, they have so much control and they can push everyone away. But that's just a little thought about the power positions. Going back into Tfue and Zemi's game, they're behind, right? They don't have all the loot they need yet. They're getting pushed already. They got rebooted. So what are they going to do? For the most part, they just stalemate it, right? They're not going to try to jump in their face or anything. They, again, want to get to end game. They want to use their loot to survive and make sure that they're getting that far. Let's go back to Tfue and Zemi. There we go. So let's go back a little bit here. I skipped ahead somewhat. Let's talk about their rotate, right? So we talked already about how they have the balloon to fly very far into zone, and they do utilize that. But you can see actually how far they utilize this into zone. So instead of stopping for any fights along the way, they just go to zone because zone's closing right now. Any fights outside of the zone would definitely get them eliminated 100%, or at the very least put them in a worse position. And they're also, you can see, we talked about the power position, right? The power position of Malibuka is actually forcing Tfue and Zemi to rotate a different direction. And they're trying to rotate up this right side and away from those big power positions because they're going to be easy to hold them, right? So now they're going to sneak in the side. And actually, they're pretty lucky. Nobody's taken this big power position here. And this is what I was talking about before. Sometimes being very center can be super, super, super helpful. But also having a power position that's slightly outside of zone is also really good too. So we're going to see them rotate up there, take over that power position. And here they sit. So they're chilling. They're waiting to see what's going on in the rest of the map. The big thing right here is reconnaissance, trying to pay attention to like who's in front of them, who might pop out, who's in what bushes, right? And now we're getting into the end game. So we were just talking about, or actually, we kind of get in the mid game more so. Early game, they got their loot. They rotated to zone. They also put themselves on the north side where there's less players, also known as dead side. And you can see these power positions are all fighting around that area. But on the north side, they're completely all by themselves. And now we're finally getting into, you know, the closing parts, the end game, the mid game. And you can see everyone's getting closer and closer and closer. And now this final zone, they rotate through and they actually take the power position that was there before. The team that was on the height dropped down to look for some eliminations. And actually, oh no, we have another team that's coming up and taking over the power position. And this is where those items that are really important, such as the shockwaves or the boogie bombs that are going to be super, super, super useful. Obviously, we can't see how the fight goes down, but we can still look at how they took down the fight, where it looks like, let's go back a little bit here. Looks like we can actually see Zemi go up on top of the hill. And we can make some assumptions here, right? So probably there's a porta bunker up there, and he probably shockwaved up to the porta bunker and held that position on these two opponents while Tfue was fighting down here. We can slow us down a little bit. But yeah, they take out that team. So they have to quickly heal. So they're using all of their chugs, their minis, anything they possibly have to heal, but they're in the power position. But zone doesn't come to them. This is the unfortunate part, right? But since they're in the power position, they actually have vision on their right and their left to be able to move forward, knowing, hey, you know, we have all this space to ourselves because they've got that high ground position and move forward. There is a team on their right, though, but they can't see them yet because they're inside of a house. And again, coming back to those power positions. So if we're looking at this zone here, there's not a lot to take advantage of, right? There's not any big hills. There's not many buildings. There's actually one building, and that's what Tfue and Zemi have taken over. They've taken it over in the end game, since they can have the cover there. They can be able to fight back in third party in this team over here, without being out in the open. Now, I'm assuming these guys are probably fighting around some big rocks over here, right? You got some big rocks in that terrain area. So in this situation, I would definitely say Tfue and Zemi probably have the better position, but I think this spot is a little bit more elevated. So it might be hard for them to third party. Let's slow this down. This is the final moments of the game. All right. And then you can even see Tfue and Zemi having that position on this guy, right? He moved out and out in the open. But the only thing is he has no cover here. So unless he has those cow catchers or those porta bunkers, there was no way he was going to survive moving through that open space. I would actually even suggest if he was going to try to do this, he would probably have to come fight Tfue and Zemi, which kind of sucks since he's a one versus two scenario. But there's no cover up here for him to utilize and survive from. So his best bet was probably try to take over that power position from Tfue and Zemi. And now we're in the final moments of the game where actually Tfue and Zemi have gotten a knock. And since they have that 1 versus 2 advantage, they can jump right back onto that team and quickly go over them and 1v2. And GG's. So they win. Nice. Cool. So at this point in time, we got, I think, a couple minutes left. Are we doing questions? Yeah, that's fine. We could just pick some up. Is there any? Actually, yeah. I guess I could pull up the stream myself. All right. Sorry about that. But yeah, that was the breakdown of the zones, talking about early game, mid game, end game, looking at an example of how it looks in game, right? Seeing the rotates to the zone, being able to find those perfect positions where you can stay out of the open and stay in cover. But yeah, thank you guys for tuning into the coaching. You can catch me at @LawSampa on Twitter, as well as YouTube, TikTok. And we'll be going to a quick break. And when we come back, we'll be showing more games. Thank you guys.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Stride Esports Fall 2022 Western Fortnite Week 1 competition. And I just want to say thank you so much, Lil Sample, for that coaching session. Fabulous job. Ton of effort went into that, by the way. I mean, I didn't even know about that replay website to go back and watch through and get to mark up the map through it. That was actually really dope. I had no idea that existed. But still, fabulous job, and thank you so much for having him on. But now we're getting back into it, Venman. We've got the Fortnite. We got Fortnite action coming your way. Zero build action from West. Best is West, some might say, in certain scenarios. And this time around, we've got some serious competitors coming our way.
Oh yeah, serious competitors indeed. I mean, the names that come to my mind right away, someone that we've seen in the summer just go absolutely insane. That's gonna be the Pog Champs team. They're gonna have Merc Foster, Merc Califan, two players that we saw in duos in the summer just absolutely pretty much dominate, have outstanding week after week, and to see them back in squads on their region on West, I mean, I'm expecting some very great games, not just from them, but pretty much from everyone overall. But I think they might be the team to look out for. But once again, week 1, West, anyone's game. You can't count anyone out.
You cannot count anyone out, indeed. And man, West is always that interesting region. It's got that different thing to it. I can never think of a name to actually call it. It's not an X factor. It's something else. It's an attitude. It's a mindset. The players on West always have something different. They think differently. They're wired differently, and it's always interesting and entertaining to watch them. So I cannot wait to get in the game here in just a minute or two, because West is going to be interesting. And we're actually starting on game number 1. So we're going to get to watch it all the way through. Game 1, 2, and 3 to be able to crown our champions coming out of Central now. We will get to see what's going on West in just a moment, as we are starting to get into game. I mean, Venman, is there anything that you have not seen yet tonight that you're looking forward to that you think West might be able to deliver?
I mean, I'm going to be honest, not really. I mean, we watched East.
We've seen a lot.
That was,
yeah.
We saw the amazing fights in East. We saw the amazing zones in East. Then we go over the West and we see these squads. I mean, just be able to play perfectly together. Like the expectations for West, like we said East was here. Central was like here. And now West, you're going to have to be like way up here so far, like I can even see you on the screen right now. Like that's how much you guys have to perform. I have high expectations for you guys on West, and I am hoping, and I probably know that you guys are going to live up to those expectations.
It's going to be a good one. It's definitely going to be a interesting region, to say the least. It's always cool to see. And I saw it a little bit there. I talked about going from East to Central. I wanted to see more of the porta bunkers being used. Saw it a little bit more. And I'm just hoping that's elevated now going into West, just because they are so useful. And something I did want to pull away from Lil Sampa's coaching session, which I thought was very interesting, is the repair torch. If you look at that, you can use it, like I'm pretty sure you mentioned, you can use it to repair your porta bunkers, which is a very interesting concept, just because, especially within the squads game mode, where you can basically tear through a porta bunker so fast that having that repair torch could add something to it and might be viable. I'm not sure if it's going to be fast enough to actually be able to survive a triple spray or a quad spray, but it'll be interesting to see. And it looks like we are going to be getting into game number 1 here on West, Venman, and I have to say, I cannot wait.
Oh, definitely cannot wait as we're hopping into it right now. Looks like we got some teams all over the map at different points of interest. Looks like we got some guys going all the way to Greasy, Rocky area. Someone's already down at Jonesy. We got some players at Sleepy going over past Shifty to Logjam. It looks like we got a team going to Rave Cave. And we got that one little solo, Landon Tilted, all to himself. Hey, I mean, if you're a solo, you can't want more loot. So you're pretty much saying, hey, let's go to Tilted. Let's get the most loot I could possibly get.
He's alphaed up, man. He's ready to go. Anyone want the smoke? Take it your way, but here it is, the team to keep an eye on. Califan, Foster, Jax Vader, and Replay landed at the Rave Cave. So much loot to go around. The best blimp on the map, the best vault on the map, and arguably some of the best players on the map. We've seen them have success in the past, to say the least, and I'm sure they're looking to repeat that here tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be super exciting to see these guys duke it out. Hey, they were saying before that they have a game plan. Their game plan is pretty simple when it comes to, feeling it out, but they're an aggressive team. They're a team that they have the confidence, and they definitely have the skill to back up that confidence. So I think we're going to see some high elimination games from these guys today. Well, at least as high as they possibly can. And it actually looks like he's bringing that repair torch with him so far. So maybe you know, he thought of this as well, and this was something that he was like, hey, wait a minute, this could be something that we do as he's picking these seeds, and now he's just gonna have to try to figure out what his game plan is gonna be, where to get the best loot. As it looks like we got a lot of people just scattered all over the map. But it looks like no one really south part of the map, something we haven't seen. We've normally seen at least one team down there, but to see, you know, no one down there is gonna be exciting to see how these guys meet and when they all come together to fight it out. Only 5 teams in this game right here, so we legitimately could just see one fight happen all at once, and then the game will end like almost instantly.
Oh, easily. If teams are overconfident and they all have the same idea of, I want to run through this lobby, I want to rack up as many eliminations as possible, you could see that happen. I mean, a lot of these top teams could go down very, very early, especially considering the caliber of players that are within these lobbies. These fights will end fast. I do not imagine that they will go on for very long, especially considering it's 0 builds. We do see Yeet Majestic here just outside of the Loot Lake area. Again, rocking that sniper rifle, such a huge weapon, such a huge change within the scene. And it's crazy to see how impactful it's been tonight. I knew it was going to do something. I knew it was going to be very, very powerful, but I mean, it's just so consistent, it seems like.
Oh, yeah, 100%. It's one of the most consistent things in the game. As it looks like we're switching over to Jordan, Clixie, Oof, and Squirtle Cat. The real Squirtle Cat, actually. They're driving, heading, you know, northwards. Interesting. Opposite zone. Looks like they want to try to get to maybe some other points of interest. Maybe they know where they have an idea where some players are, and I think they do. Looks like this could be a team that we can see getting pretty aggressive here, as they're going to slowly start to get in here right onto this other team. Looks like that's going to be Spooky, Jolteon, and Blue Boys' team. This is going to be fun to see if we have a first engagement of West here.
First fight. One team has already fallen, with that being a solo. We are yet to see an actual tried and true team engagement, a team fight, as this squad rotates towards this backside of zone. Might be out of zone, but still in a good position here to take this fight at their own pace. As you see, Clixie doing a little bit of a dodge and weave here, Swiggity Swoogie, trying to dodge and weave any of these players' shots. A couple did land, but still has that overshield to heal back up, be able to play their space appropriately.
Pulling a Matrix right there, you know, dodging left and right. Looks like he was in the movies right there, as he's now just going to take out this wolf. And now these guys are going to say, hey, how are we going to play this? Like, what is the perfect opportunity that we can have to jump on these players, maybe even escape? Because it looks like maybe they're just trying to get away or get to their other teammate who might have been landing all the way north. Maybe wasn't there for the bus or something like that. And now that they're all meet back up, they're going to probably say, hey, we got our teammate. You know, maybe we don't fight this, you know? Like we said, it's top 5 already, so these are big placement points. Taking the fights may not always be worth it, you know, because you get placement points if other people fight. Might as well just wait a little bit, or third party, just wait for the right moment.
I have to wait for the right moment, indeed. As Spooky tries to take some shots on Jordan in the distance, traveling across the zip line, but nothing will land. And still, even if it only lands one, has that epic variant of that hammer assault rifle, and it does pack a punch. That 49 damage headshot really starts to add up, especially when you hit multiple back-to-back. And they'll just go ahead and grab a car, make their own rotations into zone. They don't have to stress about this. Not a ton of players nearby. Just needs to get a move on to get themselves a good position in zone. With it being a center map zone, there are a lot of positions that almost guarantee a certain level of placement just because of the elevation, the mobility that's there, especially considering the new balloons. And if you can get yourself one of these spots, you can guarantee you're at least going to break within the top 3, especially if it's already centrally located.
Yeah, 100%. As it looks like they're just going to say, hey, let's find the perfect spot for us to go. They're going to get back on the road, but they're going to go off-roading once again. It looks like they already probably figured out their spot, as they have a mark currently set up. Looks like they're going to try to find a hill just on the edge, as, you know, a lot of teams are just all in these different areas trying to figure out what they're going to do. As we're switching over to the Pog Champ team, literally drive around the outskirts. I think their game plan here is just comb the outskirts of this zone, comb certain areas, try to find teams to jump onto, as they probably have the most, I'd say, not stacked, but set up loadout from a squad that we've seen. They're all carrying different weapons, all carrying different utilities. And I think that this could be huge for them, because we've seen teams, you know, like maybe 1 or 2 people carry utilities, other people carry heals. But from this team, we're going to see a lot of people carry utilities and heals. And now we're going to see them jump on the first player. That's going to be Mr. Snile, and shots are going to come in. Filio gets knocked. 2 players gets knocked. So now it's a 2v4. Crowbar Jones trying to get some shots off onto him. They're getting shots on Crowbar. So now there's down to 1 player. It's down to 1 player of that squad here trying to clutch up, and he's all the way on the roof. And Foster knows exactly where he is. He's going to start getting shots off as well. Now we're going to see Foster say, hey, guys, he's up there. Let's get shots down on him. Let's get this elimination, and let's get the first, full squad wipe of the game as Yeet Majestic trying to clutch up, but he's not going to be able to as the PogChamp squad just full runs through this squad. And there you have 4 eliminations to their name. And I think we're going to start to see this from this squad moving forward.
That's the confidence they needed. Talked about they wanted to take this game as a feeling out period to test the waters, figure out what it's actually going to take home the win tonight. And it seems like going through this first team, if this is the team that's landing at Tilted Towers, and this is the way that we're able to take these engagements together, knowing that, hey, we're hitting our shots, our chemistry is there, that this confidence is bound to transfer through to any fight they're going to take. As you see, all of them seem to be on the same wavelength. They're quick, they're precise, they're executing every game plan together, hand in hand. They're all on that same wavelength, and they will continue that through the rest of these zones, no doubt.
Yeah, I mean, like you just said it perfectly. They're one of those squads. They play together, they practice together. They're the type of people that if they're going to get a win, it's going to be because they're playing as a squad. They're playing in unison. Remember, like you were talking about before, it's all about predicting the future, literally, because they're playing it perfectly to the point where they can predict where their teammates are going to be. They can predict where the enemies are going to be, and that is how they play so flawlessly together.
Play flawlessly together, indeed. They have to. In this kind of a lobby with so much at stake, you have to play flawlessly and together. They're doing a great job so far. But another team looking to play together will be the team of Jolteon, Spooky, and Ross Blue Boys over here outside of the cloudy condo, looking to unlock this vault, get some extra loot. Surely one of the teammates has a key to be able to unlock this vault, as they will there. The second key in the spam pickaxe, a little bit of an emote as well. Praying for good loot, hoping the Fortnite will bless them.
Here? Okay. Nice legendary sniper. Some other loot is there as well. Can't go wrong with that. It looks like Squirtle Cat. 2 players are down from Jordan Plez. So now it's up to Clixie and his duo to now try to clutch this up as they're in a 2v4 trying to drive away, but their car is going to blow up. You got to get out of that car. Now they're running. They're down to just about 200 HP trying to get out of there. Clixie is going to try to run back to save it. But of course, who is it other than Merc, Foster, and Callie already there fighting as Clixie's down to barely any HP as they are now have 8 eliminations. How in the world did they get there that fast?
If anyone's going to do it, right? Like,
that's true.
I mean, come on now. It's going to be Foster and Callie. That was it. That's the confidence boost that they needed to say, all right, we're good. Let's make it happen, and let's make it happen right now. And they've already taken out another team now within the top 3. 12 players alive, a 4v4v4, and this team seems to show no signs of stopping anytime soon. Using these porta bunkers to solidify themselves, a good spot here near the edge of zone, but in a nice elevated plateau so they can kind of look over the rest of the lobby. So this is a very good spot to be in, especially considering a team like this.
Yeah, it's a great spot to be in. It looks like they might have a little strategy here with these porta bunkers. Let's see. Is he going to continue to go up with them? I think he is. Come on.
I'd love to see them do like a little build up with the porta bunkers. I feel like a lot of the times I can't find as many as I want to mess around with them truly, but within squads, with this being the first squads competition, obviously, I mean, people really don't know what it's capable of quite yet. And this whole squad is going to get a first hand look at what can you actually do within the squads game mode. So I'm excited to see what they can do. But again, we have other players in this lobby that we need to keep up with and see where they are within this lobby as Ross, Jolteon, and Spooky continue their rotation, continue their path into the zone here. And I like this rotation, taking the dead side, trying to rotate around these hills rather than just the straight white line to make sure that any players like Callie that we saw earlier on that are already pre-established and elevated are not going to be able to get shots on target.
Yeah, it looks like some more engagements are starting to go down. If I'm correct, I wouldn't be surprised if, PogChamps is already aggressing.
That was so strange looking. Man,
It was.
It's I am a huge fan of the new update. I'm not. A lot of people have mixed opinions. I am a massive
No,
fan,
yeah, 100%.
and I cannot wait for the squads competition to continue throughout the weeks to see how these players continue to adapt, especially with the new chromified form. It's such a new. It's just brand new. We've never seen anything
100%.
like it. I mean, we've seen shadows, we've seen shockwaves, we've seen so many different things like that, but the chrome is special within itself and it acts completely differently from every other mobility item we've seen in the past.
And especially if I had to guess, I would have to say that 100% the chrome will probably start to move over to other POIs and start to take over the map. I have a feeling that could happen. So that could change the meta week by week, change POIs week by week. And who knows, in 2 weeks, we could have something looking completely different right now. I mean, that's the best part about this season, about this game, is it's going to change a lot.
It's going to change a lot indeed. On top of this plateau, we talked about the utility of the porta bunkers, and you can see it here. A lot of them stacked up on top of each other. However, they're taking a lot of fire from the team in the distance and Callie and Jax Vader. So a lot of it's already destroyed. However, still plenty of cover to sit behind. So they'll be able to use those snipers to look for some angles off these right-hand peaks. However, it is a long ways away. So regardless if they're able to actually hit anything or get a knock, the res, you have to imagine, will come through regardless. So it's not going to be too effective. But this team up on the high ground, they took a couple shots on the team that was deeper in zone near the actual Chonker Speedway itself. But now them being underneath, and you see them there, Elite will make that call out to the teammates, with the team being now underneath them. And you can kind of start to see everyone starts to congregate towards the edge of this cliff to start looking down and start looking to see if they can get a triple spray and a quick elimination.
Yeah, 100%. As we're going to start to see, like you said, these guys are going to start to aggress. It's going to be interesting. Jolteon and them all the way down there. It's a little interesting to play from them because it's a little risky. They could get shot from below. As I think we're about to see some shots start to go in. Yeah, here come the shots. It looks like Leap Fridge is just trying to find a perfect opportunity to maybe try and get some shots down. But you got to be careful on this edge. Because for all you know, you may just make a nice little slip. And, well, you're going to be falling a long way. But it looks like they're just going to start to rotate around this little area. And Callie, Foster, and them are just going to try to find the right opportunity to jump on the next squad that they run into.
Seems like majority of these teams are not within zone, but of course it seems like possibly Callie and Foster may still be able to hold down their positioning on this far side. With two teams being positioned right in front of them, they can just take shots at their own will, because this team has to move. Said it time and time again, but Storm is inevitable. It will make you move. It does not stop for anyone. And this full squad has to get a move on and get down from this ledge, because there is only one way down. You got to get a zip line, and you need to find it soon so you can make this fast rotate with having to invest all of your heals or all of your utility.
100%. This is going to be fun to see if these guys try to rotate here. It looks like we got someone off in the distance hitting that zip line. That's a smart play from them, but they might be jumping on this player right in front of them. As they start to rotate up a little bit more, I think these teams are going to start to congregate a little bit and say, hey, we got these tiny zones now. We can fight. We can do what we have to do and see who's going to come out on top. It looks like, honestly, Replay, Callie, and Frost might have some great positioning here. They just got to move in just a little bit as you see Jolteon and them off in the distance.
There's in the distance, trying to take shots off the right-hand peaks. Exactly what you should be doing, but that DMR dishes out a lot of damage. As Replay will take a big tag there. Teams start to shockwave through the air as well. So shots and damage from the players flying through, and more porta bunkers solidify themselves up at this elevated position. They're in the best spot in this circle. However, that could change in an instant if the next zone pulls away. However, this team in the bush, if the lobby focus comes through, they have nowhere to run. So they're having to use all their utility to try and push these teams away, give them the time, the room to breathe, the moment to look for an angle. As you do see the shots, the exotic weapons, the clingers being used to try and give them space. Nothing is going to be enough, as Callie, Foster, and Replay is still raining fire at this team in the bush.
Yeah, but you always got to be careful. Remember, most important part about no build right now, about zero build, is the snipers. If you don't move enough, you're going to get sniped in the head. However, Foster, Callie, and this squad is starting to rotate right to another squad, and I don't think they realize that. They might have their sneaky suspicion that there's a squad up there, but they're going to start to move up. And all it takes is for one of them to be seen, and it's going to be game over as Podley is on height. But Podley's not going to get hit once. They could have waited just a little bit longer. They could have had a full beam on a player. As now the beams are coming in, this squad doesn't know what's happening.
We're not aware. Now Callie and Foster in replay. Jack Vader will all do their thing, but the boogie bombs would be the only thing to stop them. One knock initial, 30 HP to make it 2. So now Callie still closing the distance, but the third party will dish a lot of damage themselves. Now getting up close and personal, and they'll fully wipe that squad. Now another team in the distance, still at a long distance. However, now Foster, Callie, replay have to get a move on because this team's already well established in zone.
One thing to quickly note right here, if Foster, Replay, Callie, and Vader, if this team right now eliminates the whole rest of the squad, well, they eliminated everyone in the game. So, that's going to be interesting to see as Foster is going to take a lot of fall damage, a big play from him, as it looks like it's a 4v3 now, but the res might get off. As Spooky's trying to get some shots off, trying to hold these guys back as long as he can so his teammates can do what they need to do.
There it is.
As Foster's trying to push up. Oh, but he just missed the shockwave, but the shockwave's going to come in. Callie is going to get hit for a lot of damage. Callie goes down. So does Jolteon, though. 2 players down. It's up to Spooky and Ross trying to clutch up. Now it's up to Ross trying to clutch up, but that's not going to be enough. Foster, Callie, the Pog Chimps get a 16 elimination victory royale.
Could not ask for a better game number 1. This team went absolutely crazy here, picking up the VR game number 1. But what else? What do we expect? We talked about them before we started tonight. They are the team to beat, and no one is able to beat them here in game number 1. But we still have 2 more games. So Venman, any thoughts? I mean, textbook game number 1 coming up for Foster and Callie, but anything else to say?
I mean, like we said, textbook game for them. Outstanding game. Pretty much.
Seems like we may have lost Venman for just a moment, but that's okay. We are actually going to be going to a quick break regardless. So beyond that, we will see you in just a moment, and we will be back with more action. So do not go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to the Stride Esports Fall 2022 Western Fortnite Week 1 competition. And this is it. 2 more games, the middle way almost of the Western Conference. So this is it. We saw Foster Cali once again. We talked about their dominant performance within the summer. They're transferring that now into the fall within the squads game mode. And I'm sure they're going to be looking for another repeat victory royale here in game number 2. So Venom, any big thoughts, any big things to look out for coming into game number 2 as far as gameplay changes, attitude changes, whatever that might be? Is there anything that you can point out?
The only thing that I could think of is there's 2 things. One is someone going to be able to stop this team that we just saw utterly go insane in that last game? I believe that was Washington Virtual Academy. So they went insane, otherwise known as Team PogChamp. They went crazy, but they also, I heard a little bird in my head told me that they didn't realize how powerful snipers are. So they didn't carry any snipers last game. They only carried 1. So that they might switch their loadout to carry more snipers, because they're saying they think if they carry more snipers, they literally can't do any better than last game, by the way, because they eliminated everyone in the lobby and got the win. But they said they want to do it quicker. They said that's their next goal.
They're going for time records.
Yes,
okay.
They're trying to beat their personal record.
Man, I wish to be on their level one day of trying to go for speed running the lobby records rather than just winning in the first place. But, with time, I'll get to that level. But still, this is a powerhouse squad. It's no surprise that they are doing so well. And I would be very surprised if they placed outside of the top 2 today. Very surprised. I say top 2 and not top 1 because this is still Fortnite. It's a battle royale and anything could happen, especially within the 3-game format where a lot of placement points come in really quickly. If you go down off spawn, you miss out on a lot of points. And if you're missing out on those points, there are other teams that will rise and realize and see those names in the feed and be able to start fragging out themselves and close that distance. So it only takes one small slip up and you could switch things up big time.
Yeah, it's going to be super exciting to see how it goes down as we're heading into game 2 right now. Who's going to come out on top? Is it going to be the same team as before, or are we going to have some people switch it up? As it looks like it's going to be a little switched up when it comes to landing. It looks like we have another team landing on the left side of the map near Reality Tree, a little bit in between Reality and Rave Cave. But we also got someone going up towards Shifty area. And then, of course, we still have someone finally going Cloudy Condos here on West.
They should.
It took 1 game, they finally figured it out.
Hey, best drop spot, most overpowered drop spot on the map right now, in my opinion. It's a hard rival to the Rave Cave. The only reason I edge this over is just because of the fact that there is so much passive mobility and that it's located in the desert. The Rave Cave is a little bit difficult just because obviously it has the slipstreams, but there are a lot of places and split drops around the Rave Cave, and not to mention you can force a split at the Rave Cave very easily. However, over here at Cloudy, it's not as easy. It's very close together, especially considering majority of the loot is around 4 buildings, just in that main kind of floating hunk. And it's just not as easy to handle versus a Rave Cave drop where you can easily split it. So I am going to call it this season. I believe Cloudy Condo is the best drop spot. I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it.
Hey, it's a hot take. I'd say either Cloudy Condo or Rave Cave. But, Rave Cave has been such a powerhouse for the past few times that it kind of makes sense. But, that was a big buff to that point of interest. And it's going to be exciting to see if they continue to land there and if it continues to be that good throughout the season.
100%. Things are constantly changing, especially within Fortnite. So, might be good now. Give it a week. Who knows? Boogie bombs are disappearing right now. Who knows what it could be next week? For all we know, there'll be no shotguns in a month. There is absolutely no telling what is going on, what could happen next. But as far as adaptation goes, it's really what it takes to get over it, especially within Fortnite. This team at Rave Cave has shown in game number 1 they're very capable of adapting. But again, I do like to see this. Beans, Poddle, landing here at Herald Sanctum, and we'll be able to actually pick up that mythic Xeno Chrome rifle. It's so powerful, and if you could put yourself in the right place at the right time, you could really do something.
Yeah, you really can. And that's going to be very interesting to see how it goes because, like you said, you could really do something with that rifle, and it's going to be very exciting to see because they're probably landing there just for that rifle. But it looks like one of them actually goes down, I believe, fall damage, unless he got knocked by the NPC.
A lot of high places there. A lot of high places.
There is a lot of high places, and, you know, for all you know, he probably accidentally phased through one of those walls and was just like, uh-oh, I phased through this wall. I am now falling very far.
Yeah, see, as much as it might shame me, I've definitely done the same thing a couple times. I have definitely been eliminated to fall damage at this POI a few times. I'll blame it on ping. I'll blame it on, I don't know, the drop spot, blah, 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 blah. End of the day, it happens. You know, it's okay. We play out. Not to mention these guys are sitting on the least pack side of the map. There is almost no players in the nearby POI, so they should be able to take their time, loot up, and recover. No big deal there. But another team who's also in a fantastic position over here near Sleepy Sound is going to be Spooky, Jolteon, and Ross. Seen them do big things there in game number 1. Looking to do something big here in game number 2. I have big hopes. I want to see an upset victory tonight. I don't want to see Callie and Foster absolutely run through this lobby game after game. I want to see something big happen because the thing is, especially within squads, you can do that. You make an adjustment. You play to counter a certain team's play style, and you can easily cause an upset.
Oh, yeah, like any second it could happen. Like you were saying, like you said before, it's Battle Royale. Literally anything can happen. So it's going to be very interesting to see how these guys, you know, file it out, play it out, and duke it out, as we're going to have some nice guys in the north part of Sleepy. It's going to be pretty interesting.
I've always felt Sleepy is pretty underrated. It's a solid drop spot.
It is.
When you have all of it.
Yes.
But the problem with Sleepy is it is probably the most splittable POI in the game. You can force a split so easily just because of the way the water forms around the POI. Regardless if there's a knock, even with snipers within the loot pool, if you get a knock and try and push off of it, it's so far and you are so easily focusable, especially within zero build when you're crossing that water, that you almost can't do it.
Yeah. No, that explains it perfectly. It always is, though, like, it's always contested, you know? When it's not, you're going to get a lot of loot there just because, like, yeah, like you said, especially because I think they upgraded it a little bit more due to the fact that, you know, they replaced those houses with, you know, a nice little water, a nice little aquatic type of building feeling that we're getting from back in the day. It was kind of nice to see that they're upgrading that. But at the same time, another POI that's kind of like that is the one that we've talked about, the good old cloudy condos. And the reason is because it's the same type of reason. You have that massive divot and the water there that is kind of like two little POIs, if you think about it. Due to that massive divot down there at Cloudy Condo.
Oh, not wrong by any means. Sorry, my microphone's doing something funny there for a second, but no big deal. We'll move on through. Still, quick C, back towards center map. These players, again, I like this drop spot. I talked about how I really do love the new Loot Lake House coming back. The addition that adds not only as like a looting POI and a looting area, but also as a fighting kind of monument. You know, it splits up the island. It makes it so that you can actually play the lake a little bit more and not be worried about singled out. Normally that island, if you get stuck on there, especially in zero build, your game's just over. You're going to get lobby focused. Something's going to happen to you that's not going to go your way. But now with that house splitting up the island into sections, having the tunnels underneath, you can play it, and you can play it very safe if you know exactly what to do.
Yeah, no, you said that perfectly. If you know what you got to do, that's how it's going to work. Because it looks like, oof, goes down as well. But so now it's up to Clixie, Squirtle, Jordan. Try to clutch up as a trio here. It's going to be pretty fun to see how this goes, especially we're heading into the second game of West.
Second game of West, indeed. One more to go after this game. Only one squad eliminated so far. We talked about how Foster and them might have been wanting to get a little bit more aggressive here in game number 2. But so far, it seems like they've stuck to their roots and have tried to play things out and stay relatively safe. Or at least, I should say, take smart engagements. Take the fights where they make sense rather than forcing them.
Yes, 100%. That's what they do best, is they kind of test the waters a little bit. You kind of see that in that last fight from the last game. They wait until they're all together, and they wait for the perfect moment to jump on a player. And when they do that, it sets them up perfectly. It's kind of like, if you think about it like this, they're literally testing the waters. They're putting their toe into the pool, and they're like, is this too warm, too cold? And they wait for it to be just right. And then when it is, they jump on in, they get as aggressive as possible, and they pretty much submerge themselves into the aggression and into the contact of other teams.
Absolutely. They know what they need to do. They know how to execute.
Yep.
They're OGs. They know what it takes to win a Fortnite tournament. And they're playing to the toot of that horn right now, continuing through these games. You laughing? Huh? What was that?
I just didn't expect toot of the horn.
Oh, right.
Out of nowhere. Oh, we got a possible engagement going on up north with Spooky getting knocked. They're getting the revive off. However, maybe a little aggression going on as Ross and M1 getting hit hard. They're going to get the revive off as Beans Go Burger gets knocked. Jolteon getting a huge knock. He's looking at these other players trying to say, hey, who's next? He's trying to get some shots off, but he's not. He's going to get hit hard. He's down to literally 12 HP. He's going to have to try to get some heals off here as that player's going to jump on him, but M1 off in the distance trying to save him for a little bit, but Jolteon gets hit hard, so now it's a 2v4 here as M1 and Spooky trying to get some shots off onto these players as they're going to get the finish, which is going to be huge finish there. That's some extra points, as now we're going to see him jump onto Podley as some shots are coming on to Podley. Podley going to get hit, so is Spooky, and now M1, Spooky playing this borderline perfectly, playing together as a unit. Just waiting for the right opportunity. Looks like Spooky's going to try to play as a solo here, get some boogie bombs off. He's going to get hit hard. So now it's up to M1 to try to clutch up as a solo. But he is just going to decide to just rotate out of there, get away, stay alive, maybe come back for the cards in a little bit.
Not a bad disengage. Fight did not quite go their way, but still, I mean, having one player up at this point, with it being second zone, the team is bound to rotate eventually. Worst case scenario, they don't. And you can just play zone, play for the cards, play for a reboot, and it is very possible to still pull out a win regardless. I mean, within squads, most of these teams have already looted up, so they're going to leave majority of the loot. Really, all you have to worry about is making sure you can get ammo to your teammates, and then from there, you can play the game out. Just play your time, play your space, go for the reboot, and you'll be good to go.
Yeah, you said it perfectly. As it looks like Foster is going to get some shots off onto lead. As
we come back.
Yeah,
I guess we are back to us for just a moment. I was trying to catch a fly there for just a moment. If you saw me grabbing at my camera, something going around, but that's okay. We're going to switch up game feeds here in just a moment to kind of give you guys a little bit more of a pleasurable viewer experience, of course, because we're all about production value here. As we are going to get right back into game just like that. As you saw me completely unprepared to grab onto a fly in front of me. I did catch the fly, if anyone's wondering.
Let's go.
Made me look really cool there.
Gotta do it with chopsticks next time.
Oh, you're right. Oh, wait.
Oh, what a play! Shooting out. Oh, man, that is a big brain play by Replay, Foster, and all of them, and Callie shooting out the nice little stand there. And that just two players already eliminated the fall damage. Now the advantage is now theirs completely.
That's the
not expecting that.
Yeah, that's the little extra oomph they need to give them that ability to close the distance and take this engagement up close and personal, and they will do just that. Get the finishes on both of their initial knocks, as the two players that did not go down to fall damage will rotate out quickly. Exactly what you should do here, especially as we're now into third zone. It's going to start to close fast, and this team is obviously on a roll. They know who they are. They'll see their names in the feed, and if I'm any player in this lobby, if I see them going and they're on a roll like this, you do not want any part of it. Got to get out and get out as fast as possible.
That's what I mean. One of the best things about Zero Build is the way how it works, how these players are just going to fully disengage if they go down, and that's smart because you can get the reboot cards, you can get teammates just back in the game like that. It's something you don't always really see in builds. It's something that comes out more in Zero Builds, which is why it's so exciting to watch these events, as we're going to see these players just cannonball over to where they think the next player is, and they're going to be right on top of Crowbar Jones. Trying to jump on him, but just off in the distance, you got another whole trio there. This could be big as they're trying to find Jones. They're going to see him, and now I think we're going to see some shots and the engagement start to happen. Crowbar gets hit hard, and he gets eliminated, as that now is this team's 5th elimination, as they're going to try to look at some more shots over to Clixie and this team off in the distance.
Getting shots on target, a couple tags here or there, but nothing that's going to switch things up too severely, as this team will throw the Chrome Splash, and then the rotation will come through as well using the boost mechanic. Not a bad idea considering the team that's trying to aggress you, especially on top of that. taking into the fact that they have already knocked one of your teammates. It's time to go, Clixie. We need to get out of here and get out fast, because this team will continue to play aggressive and continue to play for the elimination, and they will not stop. So you need to go, Gadget, go. Use the Chrome splashes to get away in and out of the Chrome form. Trying to get away. Played perfectly now. Down to 18 HP, but has a med mist and still the ability to run. And we'll be able to actually find a moment to heal and some space to maybe even survive.
Huge plays by Clixie there to get away, to try to stay alive as you see another team off in the way distance. This is going to be very fun to see how these guys, push this as Clixie trying to hide in the brush. However, Foster and them probably know that he's there. You don't want to get too close to that edge. You might see that pickaxe as now he's hiding off just in the little brush saying, hey, I'm over here. But you don't know that as he's trying to get some shots off on Foster. And second, but Foster sees him. You got too close to that edge. You can't get too close, or else they're going to see you sticking out like a sore thumb. And now we're going to see Foster and them hop onto the next team, as this is Podley just completely by himself. And now this is going to be a 4v3 situation here.
They were not messing around this game. They wanted to get aggressive, and they did just that. Not to mention, a lot of the lobby was able to adapt to the pressure, playing their lives, playing for the reboots, but that just made it easier for this full squad to key solos or duos here or there rather than entire squads. They don't have to play as safe. They can split up a little bit. They can get aggressive. They can use their shockwaves to close the distance, and they're doing that in expert fashion. And now it'll be I believe, a 4v1 situation for the Victory Royale. 4 shockwaves in hand to make something happen. And I'll tell you what, if I'm this player, you play for space. You play for time. You sit in this long grass and you stay as quiet as possible. You make this team search and search and search until the zone gets as small as possible. And as soon as that engagement comes through, you shockwave up and you throw all of your shockwaves at the players to launch them into zone. And you pray that you got them deep enough in zone that you can pick up 1 or 2 initial knocks. And then you just have to take the fight head on. But it seems like... Yeah, this player has different ideas, and instead will take a couple pop shots in the distance and try and hide inside this bush. But you have to remember what kind of team is in this lobby, and they are going to take the fight no matter what.
Yeah, 100%. As he's going to actually get in the car. What a play by M1. But now, they know you're in the car. You're going to have to make some big moves, but you are not going to be able to, because that is the PogChamp team. That is this team. 13 eliminations and a Victory Royale in the 4th zone. A huge game from them as they are just on an absolute tear. Washington Virtual Academy just absolutely tearing up the competition.
Hey, that's the repeat. The 2-time has been accomplished. There is the 2 VRs for this team. And man, we've seen it. We know how this ends. They're taking home first, Venman. But second and thirds are up for grabs.
That's true.
They are still very possible. You can clutch up, pull in some serious placement points, a couple elimination points here or there, and you can push yourself higher up in that leaderboard to take home second or third. So it'll be interesting to see. You've got one more game here on West and one more game of the night, Venman, before we will be done. But before we can get into the last game, we do have a break. So do not go anywhere. We will be right back with the last game of the night in just a moment. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Stride Esports Fall 2022 Western Fortnite Week 1, and this is it. Game number 3 on the West region, the last game of the night as far as what we're offering on this channel as Fortnite goes. But still, Venman, this is it. Last chance. We got some high expectations going to the last game as far as kind of performance we're looking for, as we'll be getting in a game here in just a minute. But any thoughts going to the last game?
I mean, we had high expectations, and they're being matched. Yes, the games are quicker, but it's because we are seeing just one team just go insane and just absolutely destroy the competition. And hey, if you guys are listening right now, hopefully not, because you guys got the game, so make sure you're playing the game and not watching the stream. But you guys can hear me. Just let's see if let's try to beat your record. Do it quicker. All right, let's see if we can have that. That'd be pretty cool. But at the same time, so many other teams, hey, you guys aren't out of it. Remember, there's so many other weeks. Win a game, get some extra points. Hey, every point counts. So it's going to be fun to see everyone play.
It's definitely going to be a good time. I'm interested to see how last game is going to turn out. We'll be getting in the game here in just a few minutes. I'm excited, man. This is the end of week number 1. And I have to say, top to bottom, east to west, Stride has delivered. It has been nonstop action from beginning of the night till end, and I'm feeling good. I cannot wait to see how these teams adapt going into next week. Who's going to come out on top tonight? So many top competitors, so many switch-ups. I'm interested to see how everyone is going to change. Just because, I mean, we talked about how the competitive meta is constantly adapting, especially considering this is the beginning of the season. Things are only going to get bigger and better, and these players are only going to get more and more comfortable. Players are going to know what's meta. The action's going to get faster. Players are going to know exactly what they need to do and when they need to do it moving forward. So it's going to be good. This is definitely a more feeling out period, so you can start to see how that raw aim, that raw skill starts to kind of bleed through. But moving into the later weeks, that's when you really start to see that practice. The players that are putting in the time, learning the meta, being comfortable as a team are going to be the ones to shine through in the later weeks.
Yeah, like you said, it's literally every game they're adapting. As we saw, the team that won the first game and the second game. First game, they didn't carry any snipers. Second game, 3 of them carried snipers. So, these guys are trying to figure out what the meta is as they're playing, and they're figuring it out. And now they're competing. They have 2 wins now, trying to get the third. It's going to be fun to see them try to do it. This is going to be very exciting to see how all these guys do get out. I mean, like we were saying, it's still anyone's game. It's a battle royale. Literally anything can happen. I mean, yes, this is probably a victory walk for the team currently in first place, but like you were saying, like I was saying earlier, there's so many weeks, every point counts. Say, you're just like, all right, let's, what, who cares? You guys should still care. There's so many more games left in the entire semester and the entire year that, hey, yeah, you may not have won today, but next week you can win. Say you guys come second this week and you win next week. Well, decent chance you might be in first place overall in the rankings after 2 weeks. You gotta keep that in mind. Something you always got to talk about. Yeah, very exciting overall.
There's a lot to take into account. Plenty of things going on. I believe we have a lobby restart, so we got some time here to talk, hang out, talk to people in chat possibly, and see how everyone's feeling going into the last game of the night. However, something I do want to cover real quick. Let's talk about our weekly schedule. What do we have coming up on Stride Esports? Because it's not just Fortnite, Rocket League, Valorant on next Thursday and Friday. The rest of this week, there's still going to be action on this channel, stuff to watch, esports to watch. And then earlier in the week that you might have missed on this week, but we'll be back here in the future, chess on Tuesdays, League of Legends on Mondays. There is so much esports action on this channel for you to tune into, not just Fortnite. Granted, have to say Fortnite, my all-time favorite, so I will never say don't watch Fortnite, but there are still plenty of action and plenty of stuff to go around, because I don't know about you, all I really care about is getting to watch competition and getting to watch players duke it out, take home that first place spot, and this channel offers that. So, Benman, last game, West. What do we generally see on a Western region in the last game? What does West normally provide? Think about it, right? What do we normally see from West? It's always something special. But what do you think? Give me a number. Give me something. A full-on prediction of what you think's going to go down here in game number 3.
It's going to be interesting. Normally we see something, but I have a feeling this might be a little bit of a different group of West players. So I think we're going to have some aggression, obviously, from the team Pog Champs that have been going off all night. They're going to play as aggressive as they can. And I think they're going to try to end this game as early as they can. But you may also see some more aggression from these other teams. Try to make sure that they're going to do what they can do. But overall, it's going to be very exciting as we're heading into the final game, Game 3, the last game of the night. And we're on the battle bus right now.
All the players are here. They're loaded up on the battle bus, dropping onto the island for the last time tonight. These players, this is your last chance to pull yourself up that leaderboard, to make something happen, to do something incredible. And I have no doubt that West is going to deliver here. As we see players dropping in near here at Sleepy Sound, it looks like this time around it's going to be contested.
Yeah, it was bound to happen eventually. These players want to play aggressive. They want to get as many eliminations as they can, especially being down so much. So, what are they going to do? Well, their game plan now is probably, hey, let's aggress someone that we know is landing at this certain area. Let's try to get these guys out of the game as quickly as possible. As Jolteon is already down to barely any HP. It's going to be very exciting as M1 trying to get an angle on these guys. It's going to be interesting to see how this fight off spawn goes down as Jolteon goes down. So now Spooky, M1, and Ross are in a 3v4 situation. And M1 trying to make up for it. It looks like he has a mythic DMR.
Yeah, I believe you can get a hold of the mythic DMR through your saplings if it's located within
That's right.
within the certain biome. So, granted, not my favorite weapon in the game. I've seen a lot of players using the DMR this season. Maybe I'm missing out on something. I'm not sure.
You don't.
I don't know. But I see a lot of players choosing to rock it this season, which is interesting considering it really didn't have much of a buff, and now there's snipers that you can carry instead. So it's an interesting choice, but obviously, if you got the aim and you're comfortable with it, I don't see why not.
Yeah, 100%. If you're comfortable with it and you think you can do that, then hey, run whatever weapon that you want to run. I mean, hey, it's all about having fun. And if you think you're gonna have fun and do better with a certain weapon, run it. What's the worst that could happen? Honestly,
You can get last.
that is true.
A little bit too literal. Sorry about that. but it's true. If you're gonna go out and play what you're comfortable with. It doesn't matter what's meta, quote unquote. What is meta? Just run what you know you can get elims with. That's really all that matters.
Hey, I mean, but ultimately, we're here to have fun. We're here to duke it out. It's like you were saying, play with what you're comfortable with. You know, even if it's not meta, even if you have fun doing it, make it meta. You know, maybe you could be insane with one certain weapon, as it looks like everyone is just all in the top left middle part of the map here. So this is going to be interesting.
Interesting to see Callie and Foster still landing at the Rave Cave, regardless of how aggressive they're trying to get. They still want to commit to their off spawn, make sure they have the loot and the resources, the utility, everything they need to play aggressive like they want to. Just banking on the fact that the rest of the lobby is not going to stay aggressive and not going to go down too quickly. However, 2 players already going down at this point, so they're not going to be able to take out every player in the lobby like they did in game number 1, but still not a doubt in my mind that this whole squad is going to rack up a ton of elims here in game number 3.
Yeah, 100%. I think, like I said, I think their game plan is to just full, aggress the lobby. They're trying to get as many eliminations as they can and another win, but I think they're trying to do it as fast as they can. So it's going to be interesting to see how fast they can do it. There's a decent chance this can happen with almost all the teams being up in this top area and only one being down and tilted. If they go north first, they're going to run in to pretty much all the teams all at once.
Absolutely. I mean, it comes down to just game pacing. Can you dodge in? Can you dodge out? Can you take the engagement? Can you disengage from the engagement just as comfortably? And you have to find that balance. And this team here makes that dead side rotate towards the top of the map, which I like. However, there is a team not too far away, if I saw correctly, just in the distance maybe. Or is that a teammate? That is a teammate. So not going to have any issues here as far as looting up at this POI. So they'll be able to loot up and then make the rotation late. Just move out of Sleepy, take the extra loot, and then make the rotations later on. Obviously, we're not confident with the amount of loot they're taking out of that certain POI, so now they'll have the opportunity to loot up before taking their own engagements. No one's getting into fights at this point in the lobby. Everyone's just trying to loot up, play their space, play their time, and get themselves the best positioning they possibly can going in these later zones. Because as soon as Callie and Foster start to get a move on, which it looks like they are now, they're going to be headhunting. As you do see now over at Shifty Shafts, these players are starting to look at each other.
Yeah, they're going to start to look at each other, and they're going to start to aggress each other because they have a feeling that that's going to be what they can do. As they're going to actually see some players, hey, let's rift. You know, let's try to find some players. Let's try to do what we can do. As Ross and Jolteon and them are trying to have a big game here, as well as everyone. I mean, first place has such a big lead. Yes, you're not really fighting for first place this week, but you're fighting for second, third place. You're also fighting for more points in the upcoming weeks, which is what it really matters. What it all comes down to is that, and how players are going to be able to do what they got to do. Is now we're going to see this team land all the way up on height, which could be a little interesting for Callie and all of the rest of them as they're trying to get some snipes down. Can he hit the snipe? Come on, Jax Vader.
Ooh.
As he's actually going to hit it. He hit that.
Just off the body shot. Yep.
As he gets a huge shot, as now 2 of those players are actually down. Foster is getting eliminations left and right.
Dipping and diving underneath incoming fire as Yeet Majestic will get taken out from distance by Foster and the teammate to follow. And now it seems like all the boxes have been ticked for Foster and Callie to get aggressive as Foster picks up the initial 3. They will make that rotation into zone and continue to get aggressive throughout this game as Beans go burr. Taking shots on this player close by.
I love the skin, by the way.
I don't know if I've ever seen someone rock
I've
this
never seen it. That's why I love it. I have never seen this skin my entire life as Beans Go Birds getting shot from Mr. Replay off in the distance. Now, this is where we're going to see the potential of getting this done before Second Storm. We have the rest, 2 of the teams here. There is one more team. They're all the way down in Tilted. So this is going to be how fast can these eliminations go down and how fast can they go down after, as Beans is going to hit his teammate with the splashes. But now they're going to all try to run. But Podley is going to get the knock on ice. But down goes Replay as well, as Foster is going to try to get some shots down on Beans Go Burr, as Podley and Beans are trying to stay with their teammates. But Foster getting some huge shots. That's another knock. He sees the revive going off in the distance. We may see him play a little aggressive here as down goes, or Elite is trying to push up onto Foster. Foster getting some huge shots, but I think he's going to say, hey, I got to take a better angle here and reassess my situation. My teammate is still knocked behind me as he sees his other enemy. Wow. He gets one knock, and now he sees Podley down there trying to get some heals off. Yeah, he got him up, and now we're going to see him get knocked again. So now it's a 1v1 in zone. Podley is going to have to try to figure out what he's going to do here as Foster's going to shield up. And now he's going to look down, try to get some shots off onto this player. He's going to slide down, pick up his teammate's reboot card, pick up his teammate's loot. But Foster gets hit hard. You're going to have to mend this as Podley's pushing up onto you. He gets one shot. Podley trying to play aggressive. He hits 2, but he gets knocked. He didn't hit for enough damage. So Foster is out. So now the team that we have seen absolutely dominate is now down to only 2 players.
Talked about doing a split drop behind the scenes and possibly getting aggressive. However, it looked like the moment they tried to do just that, it did not go their favor. As you do see now, Foster getting that credit on the player that was low because now they're too deep in Storm and taking too much damage as Callie and Jax Vader. Seems like they've just decided to... Oh, actually, it seemed like Foster, amidst the fray, was able to pick up the reboot card deep in zone. So then the reboot was able to go through from Callie and Vader in zone. So now it'll be the full trio. Still, this trio, regardless of Foster being eliminated, is still very lethal. Yes, they can pick up a ton of eliminations on their own, regardless, without having their leader take them through the rest of these zones. This 3 is still very capable of picking up the win and picking up a lot of eliminations.
110%, as we're going to see them just try to search for this player. They think he's in the bushes, but he's way off in the distance. He's driving out of there, and he's probably going to try to go and reboot his teammates, as Callie and them are now just saying, hey, you know what? We're down a teammate. Let's play this a little smart. You know, we played a little too aggressive. We stayed in Storm for a little too long. Now we got to rethink our scenario. Yes, we're down to 3 of us, but once again, it's still 3 of us. Like, they could still easily get a win. It's just going to come down to who is going to try to get in their way and stop them.
If I'm not mistaken, Replay just ran in zone to go for the card.
Oh. Hey,
yeah.
You know what? Oh my gosh, look how deep he is. And there's still another player at Sleepy.
That's impressive. Wow. That'll be
I mean, he has time. It makes sense.
It's definitely gonna be hard. Mm-hmm. It's an interesting decision. I would assume if this team is trying to actually make it Like if they're going for it at this point in the zone, they're gonna have enough. They're good enough to know and be able to calculate exactly how much they're gonna need. If you have shockwaves, if you have med mist, if you have chug splashes, they're gonna know what it takes. So I'd be very surprised if it doesn't go their way.
Yeah, it's going to be very surprising as it looks like Squirtle, Cat, Clixie, and Jordan Plaz in Heralds just looting up, trying to do what they can do, figuring out how they're going to play this out as a trio as well. Looks like we got, what, 2 trios right now, soon to be a squad. That's, what, 7? So it's probably, it's 4, 3, 2, 1, actually, if I had to guess when it comes to players left.
Definitely.
Something like that.
It's definitely an odd combination of teams.
Yeah.
No one really is set up very well to be dominant other than Replay, Cali, and Jax. And that's just based on their previous performance, not their loot or health whatsoever, or their numbers advantage. And just in front of them, the player will stumble by, but this is not the team you want to stumble by, as Jax will pick up one. Cali get the final shot there to pick up that elimination, or at least the knock, and the finish on top of that, as these 3 players will continue their rampage through this lobby to look to clean up and pick up the VR here in game number 3.
Yeah, they're just absolutely destroying the competition right now. They're just looking to see, hey, where can we go next? What can we do next? Who can we find next? As it's going to be interesting to see how they do it, as it looks like Replay, did he get eliminated in Storm? He did.
Small miscalculation.
Yeah,
but
something happened.
The reboot card surely was collected.
Yes.
Right? So
surely,
in theory, Foster could be rebooted in this zone. And if Foster is picked back up, the fragger within this trio at this point could be big for them. I mean, I have no doubt that Vader and Cali could still pick up the win as a duo, but to pick up Foster as well, they could clean house. They could clean house. Pick up all of the eliminations in the lobby.
They're running onto a trio. They don't know. Wait a minute.
Wait, back's turned.
Cali is literally right on them. Cali's going to get hit for a lot of damage. Now we're going to see the trio jump onto this duo here. Jax, Murky are going to have to try to clutch up and do some big things here. But Jax is going to get hit for a lot of damage. Cali somehow managed to get away from that scenario, which I think is insane. Was literally meters away from a whole trio. Able to get away. And now we're going to see this duo start to run as that trio is just chasing them. We're going to see Jaxie try to hit a big pot here. I think he should try to go for a snipe as well after this big pot, because they're focused on Cali right now. This could be a huge moment for Jax to hit a big headshot sniper and change the game right here, as Jax going to be able to get that big pot off. And now they're going to start to run, try to stay in this bush. However, they're going to know where you are going, because they are going to have it. But the boogie bomb comes in, but the boogie bomb didn't hit any effect. Now these guys are just running as Cali and Jax are trying to do whatever they can do to stay alive. But it looks like they might go for Cali here. He's in the water. But Clixie, you got to be careful. You're going to get shot for a lot of damage. And if you stay in the water, get back to your trio, reassess the situation, and re-attack, as these engagements are going crazy right now.
They handled it well, though. The pressure, the unorganization. Within the fray, they were able to reorganize, like you said, and pull themselves together, and no one got eliminated. I mean, with a team like that, they could easily turn ahead and take out one of you. And they handled it properly. None of them got taken out, regardless of Clixie being obviously out of position there, was still able to maneuver themselves back into cover with the teammates' help, of course.
100%. As now Clixie and them are just going to try to rotate, try to find out where they got to go, as it looks like Jax and Cali are going to start getting some shots on these players. Some big shots are coming in. However, now this means that these players are just going to run and try to jump on them right away, as Squirtle gets hit for a lot of damage, but so does Jordan. Players getting hit left and right. Squirtle trying to trade shots. He's at 1 HP. He does some necessary damage, but he gets knocked. So now it's up to Clixie to try to clutch up, but he's just going to say, hey, let me go to the island. Let me get out of here. You know, no reason for me to fight, as now we're down to 9 players left. These guys, as a duo, just still doing damage a lot. They see a player off, and then this is in the headshot snipe. Jax, what are you doing, you maniac? He gets another elimination, as this duo is running through the lobby.
Seems to be a nod to Proof earlier in the night, picking up the snipe on the Eastern Conference from the top of the statue and doing the same now. Oh no, the emote and the reboot. If Jax and Foster are about to come back into the game, this could be huge. And I say Jax, but I see Jax just behind them.
Oh, you like why did you cancel it?
Seems like there might be a little bit of a UI, but still, these two will get the double reboot, 2 players to come back. However, in the distance, you can see seems to be a whole squad or a whole trio within the vault down below, as Foster will be back into the game.
With 6 eliminations to his name as well. Holy, what an amazing start for him, as now he's back in this game. He's trying to pick it up as now 9. It looks like we're getting a 3v3v3. Oh no, a 4v3v2 here. So this is going to be exciting to see how these guys all duke it out as Beans go Burr. The team that we had fighting in Storm before, fighting Foster in Storm, is back up and alive.
Doesn't take much. A snipe, a pick, a beam, whatever it is. Talked about it over and over again. How anything can change in a moment. But this is it. The last game. The top dogs of the night seem to be a little bit uncomfortable. For the first time, the only squeaking of a whimper from this top dog as Jax Vader will get knocked in the feed there in the top left. So it opens up the door. Big things can be accomplished by any team within this lobby right now. And Ice, Hassan, Beans Go Burr, Poddle, they're looking very solid here in the best positioning on the map.
100%. It's a 4v2v2. Foster and them are in a horrible position right now. They're way off in Storm, and if they don't pull zone here, which they don't, they're gonna have to swim a long way as they're trying to get some big snipes off. Look at the dodge and the Matrix style movement here. They're trying to dodge as many bullets as they can while getting some snipes off. They got to heal up a little bit here, because if they hit one snipe, or if they both hit one snipe on 2 different players, all of a sudden this is going to be huge for them. Like, they can rotate as Foster's still trying to get some shots off, and he does. He gets the knock on lead. This is where we're going to see the aggression start to go in, because it's now a 3v2 instead of a 4v2. Unless they're going for the triple res, they might be able to get that off, as they are going to get the revive off. So now it's a 4v2, but you're still going to see these guys play aggressive. They don't care, as Cali going to get obliterated within seconds. So now it's up to Foster to try to clutch up here. But the duel off in the distance also getting some shots in on this fight, as Foster is waiting for the right opportunity. He's going to get some big shots on Beans, but Beans is going to trade back, as now we're going to see him try to reassess. They got to figure out what he's going to do here, because you got to play this smart. You got to play this safe here.
If anyone's going to solo clutch in a lobby like this, it's going to be Foster, as Foster's taking a lot of good angles here off the right-hand peak. Never getting too uncomfortable with the player is going to take the fight to them. Pato will take down Foster, the top dog of the night. So now this full squad is looking very solid. However, at this point, they've lost the high ground, but they are a full 4 versus a 4v2 situation. These two down on the low ground, using the kegs to heal back up to the highest HP as possible. They have shockwaves to dish out the teammates, plenty of ammo, but they have to play together, as Beans is trying to take some damage and some shots on the players just above. So now, not a lot of time left, as these players, they're going to start to take angles. Cheeky little shots left or right to dish out and try and bring down their health. But still, things are starting to lull away. Slowness now. Nothing serious will come through, and it seems like a lot of the players have no idea where the enemies are themselves.
Yeah, shots going left and right. Ross on height. Padley, though, trying to get the knock. He gets the knock on Ross, so now it's up to Spooky to try to 1v4 clutch here. Spooky trying to get some big shots on these players. It's a 1v3 right now. Spooky getting shots off left and right. He's going to have to drop. He has no HP, but he is going to get eliminated. So that's going to be Beans, Padley, Leet, and Ice getting an 8 elimination victory royale for the final game of the day.
Poddle strapped the boots on tight for game number 3 and said, you know what? I'm tired of it. I'm putting an end to all of this tonight. Jumps out to take out Foster in the final 3 and was able to push the team to victory there, racking up 6 eliminations on their own along with the teammates. So a very big congratulations to them to pull out the win here in game number 3 and break the streak. There is no 3 time here in week number 1 of the Western Fortnite. I have to say, Venman, I could not have asked for anything better coming out of today.
Nah, that was super exciting. Huge shout out, by the way, to Wyoming Virtual Academy for winning that 3rd game. That could be big for them on the leaderboard. Only time will tell. But until we get that ready, I mean, hey, at any point, like as we were watching tonight, there were so many good moments. We had East, West, 2 back-to-back victory royales. Both teams, though, couldn't get the 3rd. Like we were saying, it's Battle Royale. Anything can happen. Yes, one team probably won. You may came in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, but it doesn't matter. There are so many more weeks left that just stay consistent. Say you come 2nd place every single week, guess what? There's a decent potential. You might actually be first place if the other teams don't do as well in the other weeks. Consistency is what matters. If you had a bad week, pick your head up. Next week, do even better. That's all that matters in the end.
Absolutely. It's all improvements. This is a new season, new meta, new feeling, new players will have the opportunity to rise to the top, and this is the channel to do it. So many opportunities. And as the calculations are done behind the scenes, before we know what the top 3 is, I do have to say, Venman, it's hard to imagine any other team taking home the win. I'm not going to say a name, just so if any viewers just tuned in, if you just saw the last game. But I mean, come on now. Such a dominant performance. We've seen it from region to region, how one team come out so strong. And a lot of that comes down to just previous success, right? I mean, if you know how to adapt to the new meta and you've been around for a while and you found success in other seasons, it transfers through. But when it comes down to it, all you need to do is dedicate yourself to learning, especially within zero build. So much of zero build is just learning. I mean, literally, if you're looking at mechanical and raw skill, as long as you're comfortable with the movement mechanics within the game, all it comes down to is aim. And from there, it's just studying the meta and being decisive. Having a good IGL that can tell you exactly where to be and exactly what your team is doing so that you guys can execute on it. I preach this so much to players that ask me how to get better at zero build. When it comes down to it, you cannot hesitate. There is no hesitations, because if you hesitate for even a moment in zero build, you will get punished, and you will get punished by the whole lobby. And you've seen that so many. But Venman, again, we did this last region, and again, I'm going to give you the honor. Please tell us who has taken home our top 3 here in our Western region.
Yep, we're going to get ready for the leaderboard, as looks like the winner for this week is going to be the Washington Virtual Academy. Though coming in second, Wyoming Virtual Academy, and finishing in that 3rd place spot will be California Virtual Academies. I mean, huge games out of everyone today. Like we said, we expected what first place was going to bring, and they brought it. That was going to be the Washington Virtual Academy Hog Champs, that team going insane. Remember, first game, they literally eliminated every single player in the lobby. Second game, they almost did it again. Third game, they almost clutched up as a duo, but couldn't quite do it. But remember, there's so many other weeks left, so many different opportunities for you guys to jump up on the leaderboard. It's going to be super exciting to see who in week 2 next week comes out on top.
Definitely going to be a good time to see, and I cannot wait for next week. But as far as this week goes, sadly, tonight has come to a close. This is the end for week number 1 for Fall Stride Esports Western, Eastern, Central. This is the end, and that is our broadcast. Quickly, we will go over and take a look at the schedule, because this might be the end for Fortnite, but this is not the end on this channel. There is so much more going on this week. Tomorrow, Rocket League. Friday, Valorant. Going into the next event, it's going to be on Mondays, League of Legends. And Tuesday, there will be chess. And of course, Fortnite on Wednesdays. So please, if you are looking for some esports or somewhere to watch, this is the platform. Get involved, play in these tournaments, because it is a blast, not only from a broadcast standpoint, but I have heard so many good things from players who enjoy playing in these leagues. It is an awesome time. I love what we're doing here as the channel. And I have to say, Venman, it has been an absolute honor to get to work with this channel, work with Stride on this event, and I cannot wait to be around for the next one. Venman, anything else to say before we say our final goodbyes?
Hey, overall, great games today, everyone. The bar is set high for week 2. I mean, it's going to be super exciting to see everything go down in the upcoming weeks. And it was super exciting to work with you today, Ben K, and everyone behind the scenes. I mean, it was just outstanding, super fun today. As always, it's a pleasure. And now I'm just super excited to see what comes and what is going to be happening in the upcoming weeks.
Absolutely. That's going to be it from us here on this channel. And I will say our final goodbyes for the night. But my name is Ben K. This is my amazing co-caster, Venman, by my side. And I will say good night and goodbye, everyone. We will see you next time.